Amen. Que l'on ouvre les portes. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Order. Madam Chair. Government House Leader.
Point of order, the Honourable Government House Leader.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, and happy Friday. I would like to inform the House that Thursday, February 23rd will be an allotted day. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay, orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, government orders, government bills, Commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act.
Ça, je dis ça.
C'est ça. No.
There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Madame McKenna, appuyée par
Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Jacker, moves that Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act be concurred in at report stage.
The House to adopt the motion. Agreed and so carried. Quand ce projet de loi sera-t-il lu?
When shall the bill be read a third time?
Maintenant.
Now.
Third reading and third reading and passage of Bill C-18. Ms. McKenna, seconded by Ms. Chagger, moves that Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act, be now read a third time and do pass. Debate. The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I'm proud to rise in the House today to speak to Bill C-18 and to the work that has been accomplished to bring forward the proposed amendments to this important legislation for the future of Parks Canada.
I would like to personally thank my honourable colleagues and the Standing Committee on the Environment and Sustainable Development for having carefully analysed the proposed legislation. I urge members to join me today to support Bill C-18 at third reading so that it can be sent to the Senate.
The timing of the proposed legislation is significant as we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation and the centennial of National Historic Sites. Canada's national parks and national historic sites enable Canadians to experience our rich history and heritage. The legislation before us would give Parks Canada the authorities it needs to build on its role as a world leader in conservation and its growing list of accomplishments. Bill C-18 proposes to amend 3 statutes: the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Canada National Parks Act, and the Parks Canada Agency Act. Each set of amendments targets specific goals. Together, these will benefit Canadians in several important ways. Since 2011, when the initiative to create Rouge National Urban Park was first announced, we've forged partnerships with community organizations and Indigenous peoples, and Parks Canada has completed dozens of projects to improve and protect ecosystems and farmland in the Rouge.
Today, and thanks to Bill C-18, we would make ecological integrity the priority for the management of the Rouge National Urban Park. The addition of ecological integrity in the Act will allow us to fully realize the full potential of the first urban national park in Canada. Discussions regarding Bill C-18 focused on the concept of ecological integrity. I'm convinced of the relevance of the attention given to this issue, given the importance of the Rouge River for the residents of the Greater Toronto Area and the entire population of Canada.
Integrity is about maintaining the native components of a place, including plants, wildlife waterways, and ecological processes. The Canada National Parks Act defines the term clearly, and it requires Parks Canada to maintain or restore ecological integrity in its management of all national parks. For Rouge National Urban Park, Bill C-18 would make this requirement explicit. Rouge National Urban Park is unique and special for many reasons. It has a remarkable diversity of flora and fauna, a rich history dating back to the first Indigenous peoples, and a vibrant agricultural heritage. And all this is within 1 hour of 7 million Canadians. And you can even get there on public transit. It will be the first national park that many new Canadians get to visit. So what better gift to all Canadians than free access to the Rouge and other parks across Canada to celebrate the 150th birthday of Confederation. The combination of these factors presents both challenges and opportunities. And the best way to meet these challenges and to make the most of these opportunities is to place ecological integrity at the forefront of the park's management.
This kind of management approach seeks to preserve the numerous assets of the Rouge Urban National Park for coming generations. This approach takes into account natural, cultural, and agricultural elements. The Rouge includes rare Carolinian forests, important wetlands, and over 1,700 animal and vegetable species. The Rouge also is home to some of the oldest Aboriginal sites in Canada, dating back thousands of years. It also includes vast Class 1 agricultural lands, the most fertile and rarest agricultural lands in the country. Some of them have been cultivated for centuries. An approach that prioritizes ecological integrity guarantees the protection of the cultural and agricultural heritage of the Rouge now and for coming generations.
Committed to the protection of our national parks, expanding the system of protected areas, and contributing to the recovery of species at risk. No organization in the world is better equipped than Parks Canada to support these goals. For more than a century, the Parks Canada Agency has acted to preserve and protect this country's natural and cultural heritage. Parks Canada is recognized around the world as a leader in conservation, educational programming, and meaningful and high-quality visitor experiences. As other members of this House have pointed out, the agency has already made strides in these areas at Rouge National Urban Park. Because of Parks Canada's vast expertise in conservation, this government assigned the agency a co-lead role in fulfilling one of Canada's international commitments under the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. The convention proposes to protect the world's biodiversity by encouraging countries to protect their lands and waters. As part of its commitment under the convention, Canada aims to protect at least 17% of our lands and freshwater and 10% of our marine ecosystem by 2020. Joining Parks Canada at the helm of the terrestrial component of this initiative is Alberta's Environment and Parks Ministry, along with the province's Climate Change Office. To achieve this ambitious goal will require broad collaboration and determined action to establish networks of protected areas that preserve Canada's incredible biodiversity, along with a series of other equally important conservation measures.
In order to foster this cooperation and determine key initiatives, Canada and Alberta will create a national advisory group. The group will advise governments regarding practical solutions to broaden the existing network of freshwater and terrestrial areas, notably with regard to the best way to evaluate progress. The group will be made up of representatives from many groups, such as Aboriginal organizations, nonprofit organizations, municipalities, natural resource industry representatives, as well as youth and community groups, in order to make sure that the group's advice reflects the complete range of viewpoints.
Government is determined to expand this country's system of protected areas and to safeguard biodiversity, not only to honor the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, but because of its importance to each and every person on this planet. Biodiversity is essential to our collective well-being and to Canada's ability to adapt to climate change. By protecting Canada's vast variety of species, ecosystems, and ecological processes, we also protect humankind and create a valuable legacy for future generations. Natural spaces are a vital component of Canadian culture. They are central to our identity, to our heritage, and to our economy. More than a century ago, in what is now Banff National Park, Canada became one of the first countries in the world to protect a natural space from development. Our country was also the first to establish a federal agency to administer and protect areas of natural and historical importance. Another indication of how important natural spaces are to Canada and to Canadians is that we use legislation to designate protected areas. We understand these areas are vital to Canada's ecosystems and that they play a fundamental role in safeguarding habitat for wildlife, mitigating the impacts of climate change, and providing opportunities for tourism, recreation, and connection with nature.
In order to attain the national objective on biodiversity, which is to protect at least 17% of land and freshwater in Canada, this government will work with Aboriginal people under the principles of reconciliation and nation-to-nation relationships. We will work together based on recognizing rights, respect, collaboration, and partnership. Canada appreciates the wisdom and contribution of Aboriginal peoples in our common effort to achieve our biodiversity targets.
300 Indigenous peoples across Canada to protect, conserve, restore, and present Canada's natural and cultural heritage. To strengthen the agency's working partnerships with Indigenous peoples, Parks Canada introduced a reconciliation framework last year and utilizes traditional knowledge in its work. In addition, through Budget 2016, our government invested in a 5-year program that will encourage Indigenous storytelling and support Indigenous tourism opportunities. This year, Parks Canada will work with Indigenous communities to develop and deliver 40 interpretive activities at national parks and historic sites across the country to enable visitors to gain new perspectives on Canada's treasured places. Dans le cadre
As part of its management of national parks, Parks Canada protects or restores the ecological integrity of these parks and offers Canadians the possibility to experience them in new ways. The main reason Canadians appreciate these parks is because they tell us about who we are. They tell us about our history, our culture, and the contribution of Aboriginal peoples. Making ecological integrity a priority helps Parks Canada protect our natural, cultural, and agricultural treasures in the Rouge Park. Situated very close to where 20% of Canadians live, Rouge Park offers a unique opportunity for Canadians, including new Canadians, to come to these parks to experience new outdoor activities and to learn about their environment.
By encouraging Canadians to visit national parks and providing with the information and means to enjoy them, Parks Canada allows more Canadians to explore nature and to learn about our country's heritage. Le gouvernement du Canada.
In 2017, the Canadian government will be making entry to national parks free for Canadians. National historic parks and national conservation areas will also be free. We are proud of how many people visit our national parks, and we are eager to welcome new visitors to our parks to help celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary.
Parks Discovery Pass has been incredibly popular, with more than, get this, 2.6 million individuals and businesses having ordered passes. I can say with confidence that Parks Canada has many tools at its disposal to effectively manage increased visitation. Ecological integrity will continue to guide the management of our national parks. This includes helping visitors plan their experience in advance, including shoulder season visitation, and promoting hidden gems and less frequented parks. For example, Parks Canada places are offering even more events and activities in the fall and spring. We are also investing in our facilities to ensure capacity can be handled. This includes significant investments in infrastructure, particularly in campgrounds, day-use areas and trails, and the addition of authentic accommodations across the country. Grâce au budget de...
With Budget 2016, our government is also investing in the popular Camping Experience program in order to allow more low-income and middle-income families to be able to experience our parks and outdoor activities in Canada. Budget 2016 also allowed us to make significant investments in tourist attractions and roads, helping to create links between Canadians and nature while stimulating the economy in communities all across the country.
Are great examples of citizen science, fun events that bring together naturalists, scientists, and members of the public to identify as many species as possible in a particular area. Canadians can contribute to real science while connecting with nature in a personally meaningful way. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation, my hope is that many Canadians, including youth, urban families, and newcomers, will discover Parks Canada for the first time this year at Rouge National Urban Park. Le projet de loi à l'étude permettrait...
The bill being studied would allow Rouge Park to really meet its full potential. This first urban national park in Canada is situated in one of the most heavily populated regions in the country. The GTA is already one of the most multicultural areas on the planet, and it continues to attract new arrivals from many other areas. Many of these people have little or no experience with national parks and are not familiar with Canada's outdoor heritage. The National Park of La Rouge, which is served by public transport, would be an excellent opportunity for them to become familiar with Canada's network of protected areas, which is so dear to Canadians.
Experience this country's natural and cultural heritage, Parks Canada participates in the Cultural Access Pass program run by the Institute for Canadian Citizenship, and will also be holding citizenship ceremonies in our parks as we celebrate Canada's 150th year. The pass provides free admission to more than 1,000 cultural treasures from coast to coast to coast, including many Parks Canada places. Each newcomer receives a pass during his or her first year of Canadian citizenship. This helps to ensure that generations of newcomers to Canada have every opportunity to be inspired by the places and events that help to define us. Je suis également fière.
I'm also proud of the fact that our government will be extending the free entry to parks to all children and young people under the age of 18, starting in 2018.
In this legislation, that we look back on the work already accomplished to create Rouge National Urban Park, and that we also consider the collaboration that made this progress possible. For decades, community groups and public agencies have worked to protect and celebrate the Rouge's natural, cultural, and agricultural heritage. La création. The
decision to create this first national urban park in Canada was made following vast consultations and is based on solid partnerships. Parks Canada continues to work closely with farmers, Aboriginal partners, the province of Ontario, municipalities, and other agencies and organizations within the government, as well as with school institutions, environmental groups, in order to ensure that the park is successful.
Prioritizes ecological integrity, supports collaboration, because it involves a holistic, comprehensive approach. The proposed amendments to the Rouge National Urban Park would enable visitors from near and far to experience, understand, and appreciate the Rouge's unique combination of natural, cultural, and agricultural heritage. In particular, I'd like to acknowledge the Government of Ontario's commitment to transfer its lands for the completion of Canada's first National Urban Park. Now let me turn to other amendments being proposed to the Canada National Parks Act and the Parks Canada Agency Act. Bill C-18 proposes a second set of amendments that relate to the boundary of Wood Buffalo National Park in northern Alberta. By withdrawing a portion of land from Wood Buffalo National Park, the Government of Canada is able to honour its commitment to the Little Red River Cree Nation in supporting the establishment of the Garden River Indian Reserve. This represents a small but vital step towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The third set of amendments proposed in Bill C-18 would modernize the rules that govern the new Parks and Historic Sites account under the Parks Canada Agency Act. Currently, funds from the account can only be used to acquire land or property to establish a protected heritage area that has not yet reached full operational status. Les amendements proposés donneraient
The proposed amendments would give Parks Canada greater flexibility to act quickly to acquire land and goods in order to expand existing and already operational heritage protected areas. For example, the Prairies National Park and the Bruce Peninsula National Park. This amendment would also allow Canadians to help expand these protected heritage areas.
The Urban Parks Act has been the subject of considerable debate in this House. During its review of the amendments to the Act, the Standing Committee on Environment called several witnesses, studied several briefs, analyzed a handful of proposed amendments, and then proposed Bill C-18 with no changes. As we celebrate the 150th anniversary of Confederation, I urge all members of this House to endorse Bill C-18 as a way to protect our natural, cultural, and agricultural heritage for the benefit of all Canadians, now and into the future. Thank you. Merci.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the words from the Minister opposite. I do appreciate those comments. It was great to see her last night at the annual hockey game between the Liberal and Conservative parties. I think it was fun had by all at the Canadian Tire Centre. It was great to see her cheering her team on. A couple questions, Speaker, if I could. In terms of farmers and the ecological integrity of the park, a number of farmers that I've had the pleasure of speaking with were kind of concerned about the use of that word and how it could allow for long-term leases to not be in place. And as we all know, farmers like to plan ahead, years ahead, and without that long-term lease, it causes a few problems with their plan, which could lead to their ultimate phase-out. So maybe my first question through you, Chair, to the Minister, can she commit that farmers will have a role if this legislation is passed inside the boundaries of that park? And also, second question, Speaker, if the Minister could maybe update this House on the score of last night's hockey game.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for the great question. The hockey game was a great way that we celebrate how much we have in common. We celebrate our diversity and our strengths, and you know what? I don't think scores matter in these contests. I think it's about working together. You know what? The best thing at the end was seeing how everyone celebrated, and I'm happy to leave the matter of the score to someone else. In terms of the farming community, it is extraordinarily important that we celebrate our farmers. In fact, many Canadians have never seen how food is made. And I think that this is a unique opportunity to actually work with farmers. When I came to this file, it was a challenging file because there were concerns expressed by the farmers about two things. One, what would it mean if the concept of ecological integrity was introduced? And two, what would it mean for for leases? We were able to address both concerns. I had a number of meetings with the farmers, and the good news is that they were able to agree that this was a good step forward, and they will now get long-term leases in the park that they so desired.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. and I thank the Minister for her speech. I certainly wouldn't want to preach, but I do want to say that in Trois-Rivières, we're lucky enough to have a natural park in an urban setting. Of course, it's not as big as the Rouge National Park, but it's a good park. So when there is a park in an urban area, you can see that a lot of people come to it because there are a lot of advantages there. But there are also risks in terms of protecting ecological integrity and ecological diversity in those parks. The Environment Commissioner had already identified certain shortcomings in the system that exists under Parks Canada, and here we're dealing with a very specific type of park. So can the Minister reassure us that Parks Canada is implementing specific measures to ensure that the integrity and diversity of such a park would be protected? The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope that the NDP will also be able to participate in the hockey game next year. So I'm very pleased because Rouge National Park will be within an hour of 7 million people by public transport, and I think that's really important. And we do need to ensure that ecological integrity, which is extremely important in the park, is protected. And we have a lot of measures to ensure that that is the case. That was one of the Ontario government's conditions. They wanted to have that condition in order to transfer the land. And we do have a lot of measures in place. Thank you.
Kamata, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One of the interesting aspects of the Minister's speech was talking about storytelling within the park. I'm just wondering if she can expand on that. How's that going to play out? The cost of that? She got any idea on those things, Madam Speaker?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Well, thank you to the member for his question. I'm very excited about the opportunity to tell stories about the role of Indigenous peoples when it comes to the park, tell stories about the farmers that are in the park, tell stories about our natural heritage and about the species that are in the park. I think there are many opportunities. We have the resources necessary to do that. And also, we're going to be working with the Indigenous communities. We're going to be working with the farmers who are very excited about being able to talk about how food is made and what they do. I think it's a great opportunity to tell more about the amazing cultural and natural heritage of Canada.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the Honourable Minister for her excellent speech.
Really appreciate the update on the excellent initiatives that Parks Canada has for 2017, our 150th anniversary year. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Minister could update the House on what she hears from the people in her riding in Ottawa Centre. We all cherish working in the city. It's nestled in green space. There's lots going on throughout the year. And I'm curious what her constituents are thinking about the excellent work of Parks Canada.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
What an excellent question for the member opposite. I'm always happy to talk about what the members of Ottawa Centre are thinking. I think they're very excited about 2017. The Rideau Canal is actually a National Historic Site, so it's free access to the canal. I think that's very exciting. Something that happened this past year that was of great interest to the residents of Ottawa Centre were new access points to the canal. That means that more people can actually use the canal, not when it's freezing cold, but actually when it's nice. So they can get out in their canoes, in their kayaks, and go paddling. I had the opportunity to do that, and I'm happy to take all the members paddling down the canal to Parliament.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-Lébasque. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to the Minister for the speech, and also for this initiative, which of course we will be supporting. I have a particular question that comes from the committee. I think there was a consensus in the committee about the witnesses, but there was one small exception, and I'd like to give the Minister the opportunity to address this. Alain Latourelle, a witness at the committee, was dealing with the question of ecological integrity. He said that that standard would be impossible to enforce across all of the park in the next 25 years, given pressure for development outside of the park or near the park. So what would she say to Mr. Latourelle, the Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change? Well, I thank the member across the way. I have great respect for Mr. Latourelle and his experience with Parks Canada, but I disagree with him. Of course, ecological integrity is primordial, it's essential, and we need to ensure that it's respected. We have many measures in place, and we will be working with biologists, but also with the community and environmental organizations who were essential in making sure that this happened. I'm confident that we will be able to maintain ecological integrity.
The honourable member for Peace River Westlock, a brief question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I like to always call my riding in northern Alberta the promised land. And this has reference to this bill today because I think that there was some promised land that's now being turned over to a First Nation up in northern Alberta. It's 37 square kilometers. I think it's about half the size of Rouge National Park. So my question is why did that get left out of the name of this bill? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change. A brief answer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member opposite for the question. What is very exciting about the land that's going to be transferred from Wood Buffalo National Park for the creation of Garden River Indian Reserve is that this demonstrates our commitment to reconciliation. This is something that has been under work for a long time. We worked very hard with all of the local Indigenous communities to achieve consensus so we could move forward. I think this is a small step, but a very important step to reconciliation.
Resuming debate, reprise au débat, the honourable member for Barrie-Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honour for me to rise to speak on Bill C-18, which is an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. Madam Speaker, I represent the great riding of Barrie-Innisfil, where the population growth of the Barrie metropolitan area is outpacing that of Canada at 5.4% annually, and the riding of Barrie-Innisfil grew by 7.9% between 2011 and 2016. The riding is home to many wonderful parks and nature areas, including Kempenfelt Bay, which provides residents with walking, running, and play areas, including a great stretch of beach, and this time of year is home to many ice fishing huts and snowmobile trails. I'm pleased to speak on the third reading of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park, the Parks Agency Act, the Canada National Parks Act, and I'll just begin by saying that I will be supporting this bill. C-18 is a bill that has a history going back to 1990 when the Progressive Conservative government at the time in the province of Ontario created an advisory committee to prepare an action plan to protect the Rouge River and its surrounding lands. In 1995, the Rouge River Park was created and the province of Ontario benefited with the donation of land, increasing the size of the park considerably. With support for Canada's first national urban park, Prime Minister Harper committed in the speech from the throne of 2011 the creation of the Rouge National Urban Park. He further added that an additional 21 kilometres to the park with land from Pickering and Uxbridge. At this time, the park now reached a size of 79.5 square kilometres, and what was unique about the Rouge National Urban Park at the time was the diversity of the land that it encompassed, from forests to farmland. In 2013, the federal government and the Liberal government of Ontario entered into an agreement transferring 47 square kilometres of land to the park. This transfer created a park that reached from the east end of the city of Toronto to Markham and Pickering. It created an urban park 22 times the size of New York's Central Park and 14 times larger than Vancouver's Stanley Park. In November 2014, the Conservative government introduced Bill C-40 and passed the bill in May 2015 to create the Rouge National Urban Park. The park is unique in Canada. Previous to Bill C-40, the lands were protected by Ontario's Greenbelt Act, an act that has substantially lowered environmental protection standards than the federal laws that would become the new regulations for the new park under C-40. With the park now under federal jurisdiction, regulations under the Parks Canada Agency Act, the Federal Species at Risk Act, and the Canadian Environmental Assessment Act were all in consideration. Located 110 kilometers from Barrie, the park is home to a unique combination of natural, cultural, and agricultural features, including 1,700 species of plants, birds, fish, mammals, insects, reptiles, and amphibians, more than 10,000 years of human history. Outcrops of rock formed in the last glacial period found in Rouge Park are being used to study seismic activity, in particular for the risk of earthquakes. The faults that are visible indicate earthquake activity between 80,000 and 13,000 years ago. Rouge National Urban Park contains the original portage route between Lake Ontario and Lake Simcoe, used years before Canada's Confederation 150 years ago. Madam Speaker, it sounds to me that by enacting C-40 at the time, the federal government understood the environmental protection that this land required. Under Ontario's Greenbelt Act, the land would not have been at the level of protection that it would have been because of Bill C-40. The bill brought together the protection of nature, culture, and agriculture in a new approach. With a strong legislative framework, protection would exceed and expand on the protections that were in place at the time. At the time of C-40, the opposition felt that the term ecological integrity was missing from the legislation. In committee, when this was discussed, Mr. Larry Noonan from the Altoona Forest Community Stewardship Committee stated that, I quote, "Ecological integrity cannot be applied to an urban national park." He stated further, "We cannot allow fires and flooding in the Toronto, Markham, and Pickering urban environment. The Rouge National Urban Park cannot have this term included, and there would be a list of exemptions and exceptions to the definition which could serve to lessen its impact in the Canada National Parks Act." Mr. Noonan also stated in committee, instead, Bill C-40 refers to the maintenance of its native wildlife and the health of those ecosystems. The Rouge National Urban Park and the management plan lay out strategies for attaining the highest possible level of health for the park's ecosystems. Madam Speaker, when I first joined this House in October 2015, I sat until recently on the Joint Committee of Regulations. Having sat through and researched items discussed in the Regs Committee, I can honestly say that the last thing that Parks Canada needed were additional regulations to abide by. The Minister of Environment and Climate Change, the sponsor of Bill C-18, must surely know the weight of regulations that her senior staff struggle under. In his speech for the third reading of C-40, the honourable member from Thornhill and former Minister of the Environment said, "The legislative framework for the Rouge National Urban Park meets the definition of a Category 5 protected area under the stringent criteria of the International Union for Conservation of Nature. This category of protected area applies where the interaction of people and nature over time has produced an area of distinct character with significant ecological, biological, cultural, and scenic value." He further said, "This is exactly what Rouge National Urban Park represents. I will commit to this House that Parks Canada will see to it that all of this park's unique components live up to the highest international conservation standards and receive the strongest ever legal protections in the history of the Rouge. Bill C-18 is nothing more than the Liberals playing political games at the provincial and federal levels." In Queen's Park in Toronto, the Progressive Conservative MPP for Wellington Halton Hills, Mr. Ted Arnott, has stood on several occasions asking the Kathleen Wynne Liberals to abide by the 2013 agreement for the transfer of lands to the Rouge National Urban Park. His statement in the provincial House clearly shows that the Ontario Liberals were playing politics. Taking a few sentences from his statement in April 2015, he says, "It's now been over 2 years since the Liberal government agreed to transfer land to the federal government to create the Rouge National Urban Park, which would be the largest urban park in North America. The creation of the Rouge National Urban Park would provide strong protection measures for the land between Lake Ontario and the Oak Ridges Moraine. And as we know, Parks Canada maintains high standards. We also know that the Rouge National Urban Park would be protected by dedicated year-round park wardens. These wardens would ensure the ecological, environmental, and cultural integrity of the park by enforcing rules against illegal dumping, poaching, polluting, hunting, vandalism, and the theft of cultural artifacts, all issues that have plagued the park for many years. By putting politics ahead of good policy, the minister is putting at risk almost $144 million committed by the federal government for this initiative. This is money that would be used to protect the environmental integrity of this land and ensure that the Rouge National Urban Park is enjoyed by the people of this province for decades to come. Today, we call upon the minister to stop playing games, stop delaying, and instead take the step forward and work together to create the greatest urban park in North America. Mr. Speaker, as Mr. Arnott puts it, these are Liberal games, and they are the only reason that the land has not been transferred as was agreed to in 2013. Bill C-40 is nothing more than making the Liberals in Ontario get what they want. And what they wanted, ecological integrity, as stated by Mr. Noonan, is not responsible for the Rouge National Urban Park. Another voice that has supported C-40, as it was, without the ecological integrity, was the Honourable Pauline Bowes, a former federal minister of the State for Environment. Ms. Bowes stated in committee that, paraphrasing, Parks Canada is a heralded organization of experience with very competent individuals and has been assigned the responsibility of the permanent protection and preservation of the natural, cultural, and agricultural aspects of the Rouge National Urban Park. The Act allows the minister to make the decisions based on the identified purposes for which the park is being created and the factors which must be taken into consideration. Pitting the elements, the urban, rural, and parklands against each other by putting one as a priority would really create conflict, Madam Speaker. Parks Canada has also disagreed with the ecological integrity as a primary guiding principle for the park. What's important is a look at just what ecological integrity means. The true environmentalist definition of ecological integrity would imply letting forest fires burn, floods run their course, and wildlife survival with human intervention. The Rouge sits alongside residential neighborhoods, schools, playgrounds. It also has highways, hydroelectric power lines, and a pipeline across various parts of the park. There is farmland, a former landfill site, and an old auto wrecker's yard within its boundaries. Will the environmentalists allow fires to burn down homes, floods to do personal property damage, let highway and transportation infrastructure fall apart, and allow animals to threaten the lives of perhaps women, children, men, and their household pets, cause hardships to the livelihood of farmers in the name of ecological integrity? And as I mentioned earlier, Madam Speaker, the current protections provided the Rouge National Urban Park are far and beyond whatever the Liberal government could provide. In fact, I would think that Kathleen Wynne would have welcomed the federal government taking the financial responsibilities of the parkland off their books. This is much more than two words, ecological integrity. This is about money for the Ontario Liberal Party. This is about ego. The Ontario Minister of Economic Development, Brad Dogood, admitted that they had no intention of working with the Conservative government with an election approaching. He confirmed this with statements in the House in Toronto, November 26, 2015. And I quote, "The government you spoke about, the Harper government, didn't take that responsibility seriously. Thank goodness," he said, "that the new Prime Minister and new government do, and we are looking forward to working with them to put in place a real national park for the Rouge that is going to ensure it has protections we have in place today." And he said, "This is about working together with the federal government to get this done right. We finally have in place a Minister of the Environment federally and a government that cares about the environment that is determined to save this planet." This is, again, is Minister Dogood, determined to ensure that we preserve these ecological gems like the Rouge Valley. Well, Madam Speaker, let me say that the Harper government got it right with the Rouge National Urban Park. Witnesses in committee confirmed that the enhanced protection of Parks Canada's and federal regulations will far outweigh whatever protection the Wynne government provided. Loopholes in Ontario's Greenbelt Act and the Oak Ridges Moraine Conservation Act grandfather environmentally destructive clauses and provides for bad permits to be issued. The exemptions will do massive damage to terrain and allow endangered species to die. Witnesses, again, such as former CEO of Parks Canada, Alan Latourelle, said, any individual or organization that directly or indirectly implies that the federal legislation for Rouge National Urban Park does not meet the standard of the current provincial legislation for Rouge lands is misleading the public. As you have heard, Parks Canada disagreed with the need for ecological integrity. The Friends of the Rouge National Urban Park Initiative is a small group organized to encourage the Ontario government to commit to their legal obligation to transfer their 25 square kilometres of land to the federal government. It should be noted that at the time of November 2015, this group included former federal cabinet ministers, current MPs, and councillors. All involved with this group supported the original C40 with no ecological integrity as part of the land transfer agreement. Contrary to the Ontario government, the Globe and Mail on March 20th, 2015 said that the federal government position was a reasonable compromise as it provides the flora and fauna and any endangered species and prohibits hunting, dumping, mining, lodging, and other unpark-like activities. Just as important, the Globe noted that the Rouge was an urban park and that natural ecosystems do not work in an urban setting. This bill is also about money. The Ontario government is drowning in red ink. The deficit and debt grows. The provincial debt is at $316 billion. Individual Ontarians' debt is valued at almost $23,000. So it doesn't surprise me when I find out that then Ontario Infrastructure Minister Bob Chiarelli demanded a change to the land transfer agreement. A demand was made for $100 million payment for the transfer of the Rouge River Park to Parks Canada and the federal government. If you remember, Madam Speaker, in the opening of my statement, I mentioned that the park grew with donations of land to the Ontario government from municipalities to grow the Rouge. The key here is donation. The province was asking for money from some lands that were given to the province years earlier. Only after the demand for payment was given did the Ontario government decide to stop any transfer of the park lands in the name of ecological integrity. This goes against the June 22, 2016 announcement by Minister Duguid at the Paddle in the Rouge, where he stated he would recommend the provincial lands be transferred to the federal government. I wonder who forced the minister to reverse his decision. Demands for money were placed with demands for ecological integrity. The demands were made without Ontario Parks being able to evaluate and respond to Parks Canada plan for the new park. Led by the provincial infrastructure minister and the economic development minister, the Ontario Liberal government broke a legally binding land transfer agreement with the federal government that covered 47 square kilometres. The Wynne Liberals acted in a partisan manner with a federal election approaching and once again used their inability or desire to work with another governing political party to get their way, when so many experts have gone on record in disagreement with the demand of the Liberal government. In the 2015 election, Prime Minister Harper committed to expanding the park even though the Ontario Liberals had broken a legal agreement. New trails, streams, forests, creeks, and meadows would add to the Rouge National Urban Park. The then third-place Liberals campaigned at the same time that the Ontario government would be provided with the comfort they need to have them contribute their land. No commitment was made to expand and add to the park as it was. Will this Liberal government go against the 2013 legal agreement for the land transfer? Will Premier Wynne get her $100 million for comfort? Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, as I finish this morning, I want to end by saying that the previous federal government took bold steps to add more than 220,000 square kilometres to Canadian federal parks and marine protected areas, an increase of more than 58%. The former Conservative government, the National Conservation Plan, expanded the national park lands by tens of thousands of square kilometres and secured ecologically sensitive private lands. Canada's national parks provide outstanding examples of our country's national landscapes, generate significant economic activity by attracting visitors from Canada and abroad, and provide Canadians with access to our natural heritage. The environment is arguably the most common of threads that binds every citizen of this planet together, and I believe in conservation. I also believe conservation is in concert with many conservative values. I look forward to supporting this C-18. I just wish that this government and their provincial Liberal cousins would stop playing politics that causes introduction of legislation that increases regulation and pits sectors of our economy against each other. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
To thank my friend for his statements and his support of Bill C-18. I know he's very familiar with the area. I know he's worked just north of it as a firefighter for a very long period. I want to get a sense from him as to how him and his family have enjoyed the park over the years and what kind of plans and activities that he would envision for his family as the park takes shape over the next few years.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the honourable member for his question. Probably the only activity that I've had in that park is putting out grass fires, to be frank. I live in an area in central Ontario that's rich with natural heritage that is on the shores of Kempenfelt Bay and Lake Simcoe and has many parklands in it. So speaking from a family standpoint, there's no question that national parks are a big part of our Canadian fabric, and it gives a lot of families opportunities to enjoy. The real challenge with this bill, Madam Speaker, is the ecological integrity aspect of the bill. And the challenge is that even those experts who have invested so heavily into this park, making sure that it becomes really a gem of the Greater Toronto Area for all Ontarians and Canadians to enjoy, there's a real challenge with this issue of ecological integrity. And so no one's questioning the fact that this is going to be an important part of the Greater Toronto Area and that it already is. It's just the ecological integrity is the real challenge, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Barrie Innisfil for a very fact-filled speech. Certainly it's disturbing to see that this park is still not completed and that there have been so many partisan games. Now, I'm not surprised to find out that the Wynne Liberals broke their promise on the land transfer, and I'm not surprised to see a deal going on between her and her buddy, the Prime Minister, for $100 million. But on the subject of this ecological integrity, I think it's important that we reflect on what that really means, because that, if you really do ecological integrity, it means that if there was a forest fire in that area, you would allow it to burn. Toronto would burn. If there was a flood, that you would allow that to happen. So, I mean, I think it's clear to all of us that we would not allow that to happen. So I think we're not going to do ecological integrity there. But then on the other hand, what about the farmers that are surrounding? There's a huge number of questions about what kinds of added burden and changes to their procedures will be required if environmentalists decide to take ecological integrity to the max. And I'd ask my member to comment.
Member for Barrie Innisfil.
Well, I think the honourable member brings up the real issue here, and that is the designation of ecological integrity. And what it means to farmers is that they could potentially end up losing their farms. And there are no greater stewards of land and conservationism than Canadian farmers, Madam Speaker. And so, as I said in my speech, the other challenge with respect to this is what about the infrastructure that exists within it? What about the fact that, as the honourable member said, we would let fires burn and floods happen? The balance between an urban and urban setting with houses and residents there, as well as an urban park, really has to be managed in a particular way. This is not a forest or an urban area that's in the middle of nowhere. It actually borders a lot of residences, and we have to be mindful of that, and that's why economic
The honourable member will have 6 minutes of questions and comments remaining at the next time that this is before the House as it continues. Statements by members, déclaration de députés. The honourable member for Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to somewhat begrudgingly congratulate my colleagues across the way for their stunning victory at the CTC last night in the 19th annual Parliamentarians Hockey Game for Charity. While defeat is difficult to swallow, it was wonderful to throw partisanship aside and have another kind of battle, one where we come together in sportsmanship and positivity for a good cause. Close to $6,000 was raised for the Terry Fox Foundation last night. Thank you to the Ottawa Senators for allowing us to use their facility, and special thanks to all the people who came to support their team. It's always hard for the red team to watch the blue team win, and while the fans in the red were hoping for a different outcome, it can't be 2015 every year, Mr. Speaker. We look forward to next year's game. Last night's helped us identify the missing element of our strategy, practice. Clearly, our focus has been on good government, not good hockey. And although we are genuine in congratulating our opponents, they would be wise to remember the last time the Liberals counted out.
The honourable member for Calgary Rock Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, when choosing where to start projects and create jobs, investors listen for clear and consistent messages from legislators and regulators, messages saying that the country is open for business and wants new investment. So when a Prime Minister, who signals policy intent with every public statement, tells one group that the oil sands have to be phased out and then boasts to others about approving pipelines, investors get confused. They take their plans, their cash, and all the jobs they would have created, and they go to other jurisdictions like the United States. If this government wants jobs to stay in Canada, it has to quit scaring investors off with mixed messages and new taxes. Instead, it should voice a clear and consistent message that Canada is open for business, Canada welcomes investment in energy projects, Canada has faith in the rigor of its regulators and its environmental practices, and that Canada will get its resources to market.
The honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Madam Speaker, for decades, the Mississauga Lakeshore skyline was defined by the Four Sisters, the smokestacks of the old coal-burning Lakeview generating station. Since this plant was taken down over 10 years ago, the community, with the tireless leadership of Mississauga Ward 1 Councillor Jim Tovey, has taken significant steps to transform the Lakeview waterfront. Jim Tovey is a strong advocate for the environment and a social innovator. The project is known as Inspiration Lakeview, and its master plan paints an exciting vision of the Mississauga shoreline east of Port Credit. Wildlife thrives in the dozens of hectares developed for wetlands, forest, and fish spawning beds. A research centre strengthens the urban and environmental sustainability of the Great Lakes. Local residents and businesses work together to establish an innovation hub that transforms the waterfront into a world-class beacon of sustainable development. Madam Speaker, Inspiration Lakeview truly inspires the people of Mississauga, and I'm excited to lend my support to this remarkable initiative. Thank you.
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
The World Day of Social Justice will be observed around the world on February 20th next week. Observance of the World Day of Social Justice should support efforts of the international community in poverty eradication, the promotion of full employment and decent work, gender equity, and access to social well-being and justice for all. Madam Speaker, justice is ultimately that by which fairness is administered. Social justice is that by which we break down barriers so that all people, linked by our common humanity, are able to fully participate in our society. The unfortunate fact is that people continue to face barriers every day because of gender, ethnicity, religion, disability, age, culture, or sexual orientation. We continue to live in a society that is marked by economic inequality and an increasing gap between rich and poor. We in the NDP will continue to fight for social justice and make it our mission to build a society.
The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Madam Speaker, over 50 years ago, a young lady, a black immigrant to Canada, was denied a job because of her race. When that happened, she went to court. Her case would take over 12 years to be settled, and when it was done, the perpetrators were fined the princely sum of $25. But her case was never about money. No, it would be the first case in history Canadian history that would be fought and won against workplace discrimination. After that, it would no longer be legal in Canada to deny someone a job simply because of the color of their skin. I am very proud to say that this young lady with an indomitable spirit is my mother, Gloria Leon Bayless. Her history, her story is part of my personal history, it is part of Black Canadian history, and it's part of Canadian history. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, Canada's justice system faces a crisis as a result of the Minister of Justice's failure to fill judicial vacancies in a timely manner. As a result of the minister's inaction, serious criminal cases have been thrown out of court due to delay, including murder cases, sexual assault cases, and serious fraud cases. More than 800 criminal cases are presently in jeopardy, while the minister sits on her hands with 60 judicial vacancies. It's time for the minister to stop making excuses, stop differing, and start appointing judges.
The honourable member for Nepean.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The recent killings of Muslims praying in a mosque in Quebec City is no accident. This is the direct result of the dog whistle politics, the politics of fear and division. Things like the Muslim ban in other countries should be of concern to us. Fear is a dangerous thing. Once it is sanctioned by the state, there is no telling where it might lead. It is always a short path to walk from being suspicious of our fellow citizens to taking actions to restrict their liberty. In Canada, the elements who championed charter values, niqab ban, barbaric cultural practice tip line, all targeted to Muslims, these elements are getting active again. It is painful and fearful to watch politicians who, in their attempts to grab power, go back to practicing the dangerous politics of fear and division. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
Madam Speaker, it's with a heavy heart I rise today to pay tribute to a couple in my riding of South Shore St. Margaret's. Dr. Dave and Heather Abriel were tragically killed in a car accident on February 2nd. Dave and Heather were well-loved musicians and Father and Mrs. Christmas. Dave was a giant of a man with a heart to match, and he's remembered primarily for his passion as a palliative care physician. It was not unusual for Dave to go to the bedside of a patient in the middle of the night to comfort the family as a person passed. He was the quintessential caring rural physician with a wife who was always by his side. He was a champion for those patients wishing to die at home and a strong advocate for medical assistance in dying. To their children, Kate, Dan, and Sheila, your community grieves with you. Rest easy, Dave and Heather. You made a difference in the lives of many, and our community is a better place because you are here.
The honourable member for Niagara Falls.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today I have the opportunity to honour former parliamentarian Reg Stackhouse, who passed away in December. I was proud to serve with Reg under Prime Minister Brian Mulroney from 1984 to 1988. Reg wore many hats in his time here on Earth and made a tremendous impact in all of his roles, from working diligently with Prime Minister Mulroney to free Nelson Mandela, advocating for the removal of mandatory retirement, initiating community colleges in Ontario to a myriad of human rights issues. Reg Stackhouse left an enduring mark on the fabric of Canadian society. Reverend, doctor, parliamentarian, human rights advocate, author, husband and father, we all owe him a debt of gratitude. Reg will be greatly missed by all who had the privilege of knowing him. Thank you.
The honourable member for Châteauguay-Lacour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My statement today is dedicated to the municipality of Châteauguay, which has implemented two great sustainable development projects that our community can be proud of.
In December, the City Council confirmed the exceptional nature of the fauna zone in Île-Saint-Bernard by making it a municipal heritage property. It had acquired it in 2011 and has since continues its preservation mission for this collective asset in Patelin, Marguerite Duville, and the Grey Nuns. Just before that, Châteauguay had done something just as important by establishing the protection forever of the woodland at the Centre Écologique Fernand-Séquin, a 70-hectare zone. Mayor Nathalie Simon and her municipal team was featured in an article in Quebec Science magazine for this action. Congratulations to Châteauguay that combines environmental concerns and the economy. The Honourable Member for Pontiac. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change, the Minister of National Revenue, and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food for having met with residents of the Pontiac in the past few days. It is clear our government is working hard to meet with Canadians and give a voice to rural people. The measures put in place by our government are already making a real difference for Canadians across the country, and we will continue to work hard to ensure growth and strengthen the middle class every day. We will also continue to work for reconciliation and for creating opportunities for Aboriginal peoples while promoting Canada's diversity as one of our greatest strengths, protecting our environment and fighting climate change. Thank you to my colleagues for listening to our regions.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, I rise today on a Friday, during a time when the Muslim community in Edmonton and across the country begins their Friday prayers. I rise today to recognize the impact the Muslim community plays in our region of the country. Madam Speaker, the members of the Muslim faith, and quite frankly all Canadians, had their safe space, their place of prayer fiercely attacked in Quebec City. When a gunman opened fire in a mosque, not only did it have a profound impact on the Quebec Muslim community, but it gave possibilities to what could happen across our country. Canada is a welcoming place, a place that does not and should not live in fear. Our values alone are a barrier to protecting the impossible from happening. I do know, trust, and love many friends in my Muslim community of Edmonton. They should and need to feel safe during today, on a Friday, and every day in Edmonton. I want all members of the Muslim community in Edmonton and across the world to know that I stand in unity with them and condemn the horrendous attacks on Quebec City.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga Centre.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding Canadian. After the tragic Quebec mosque shooting, Mohamed Faki offered to cover costs of the funeral for all 6 victims and repairs to the mosque. When asked why, he said, "That's what Islam taught me, and that's what Canada taught me." Mr. Faki is known for his generosity. Last year, he started an initiative to hire dozens of Syrian refugees. He also supports groups like Juvenile Diabetes Research Foundation, Cops for Cancer, Mississauga Food Bank, Sheridan College, Ryerson University, and True Patriot Love, just to name a few. 2017 is a special year for Mohammed. In 10 short years, he built one of the fastest-growing Middle Eastern food businesses around the world. Paramount Fine Food today employs hundreds of Canadians and is expanding globally. I want to congratulate Mohammed and his team at Paramount, also his family, wife, Hanan, his children, Ahmad, Kareem, and Adam. They represent the best of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the campaign trail, a lot of promises are made. Some are big-ticket items, some are local concerns, some promises are made once, and some promises are made 1,813 times. Changing the electoral system was a major plank of the Liberal platform. We've had the special committee, cross-country consultations, as well as a national survey. But instead of taking the report of the special committee seriously, this government attacked the committee and then abandoned their promise to make 2015 the last election conducted under the unfair first-past-the-post system. Among the Prime Minister's more outlandish excuses for breaking his promise, fear-mongering that proportional representation would risk our democracy by allowing extremist parties to take power. Really? Where was the Prime Minister's concern about extremist governments when Stephen Harper got 100% of the power with only 39.6% of the vote because of first past the post? The Liberals got even less, by the way, 39.5%. PR means 39% of the vote only gets you 39% of the seats.
Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Madam Speaker, I'd like to draw your attention to all the work accomplished by the previous Conservative government during the negotiations for the free trade agreement with Europe and mention our former Prime Minister, the Right Honourable Stephen Harper, and the former Minister of International Trade, the member for Abbotsford, who handed the Liberal government these negotiations on a silver platter. We're all very pleased with the results of this agreement, although there was the bad taste of the crocodile tears of the Minister of Foreign Affairs that she revealed herself during a party in Washington. Now that the credibility of the minister is known to be manipulative, let's hope the government will send credible people during the upcoming negotiations about NAFTA to defend all sectors of our Canadian economy and the welfare of all Canadians.
For Halifax.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This morning at Rideau Hall, the Governor-General will invest a group of accomplished Canadians into the Order of Canada, one of our country's highest civilian honours. And I'm so proud that one of those great Canadians is from Halifax, Nova Scotia. Bruce McKinnon is one of our country's most gifted and insightful cartoonists, and from his post at the Halifax Chronicle-Herald, where he began in 1985, Bruce's cartoons have helped to capture moments in Canadian history over 3 decades. His artistic skill and sharp point of view on issues of the day have made him not only a hometown hero, on many occasions his cartoons have been shared across the country and even around the world, such as a certain bat flip cartoon. Or, more poignantly, his drawing of the National War Memorial following the death of Corporal Nathan Cirillo, when he so beautifully captured the unspeakable grief of a Canada in mourning. Madam Speaker, I proudly invite all members of the House to join me in applauding Bruce McKinnon, CM, on his impressive achievement. Congratulations, Bruce.
Oral questions, questions orales. L'honorable député de Carleton.
Honourable member for Carleton.
Madam Speaker, the carbon tax cover-up is growing. Today, through access to information, we obtained a government memo which purports to contain the potential economic impacts of carbon policies. All the key data, of course, is blacked out. Earlier this year, the government blacked out data on the financial burden on poor and middle-class families as a result of the federally mandated carbon taxes. Are the Liberals covering up this information because it will show that they broke their election promise not to raise taxes on the middle class and those working to join it?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We are fully implementing our promise to show that the environment and the economy go together. Surely the member opposite doesn't believe that pollution should be free and that people can dump pollution anywhere they want. That is why we are putting a price on pollution. We're also working with the provinces and territories to invest where it counts. Public transit, green infrastructure, more energy-efficient homes, and cleaner power. This will help middle-class Canadians save more money every day in their homes, in their workplaces, in their communities.
Hear, hear. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Yesterday's Fraser Institute report confirmed what many taxpayers suspected all along. Of all the provinces that have carbon taxes, not a single one of them is revenue neutral. In all cases, taxpayers keep less so governments can get more. Trusting Liberals with money is like trusting a bear with honey. Once they get it, they ain't giving it back. Is this government covering up the calculations of its carbon tax so that the middle class and those working to join it will be kept in the dark about the new costs this government is imposing on them?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker, I think maybe the member forgets that climate change is real and it's happening right now. From floods to winter storms to Prince Edward Island, which is shrinking at 43 centimeters per year, Canadian families are already at risk from climate change. Canadian insurance claims from severe storm damage now average $1 billion a year, up from $300 million at the turn of the century. Our kids and grandkids shouldn't have to foot the bill. That is why we're taking action now.
The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Our kids and grandkids shouldn't have to foot the bill. This from a party that's piling up $100 billion in national debt. They make it a little bit too easy. But if this were really about the environment, that minister would be able to stand up and show that the levies they're imposing on carbon are in fact offset 100% by other tax reductions elsewhere. But not only are they failing to do that, they're covering up data on the real costs to the poor and the middle class. Why?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Madam Speaker.
The member opposite that our government has made a commitment to help the middle class and those working hard to join it. And also, Madam Speaker, I would like to remind the member opposite that it is this party that has actually put in place that we've lowered taxes for middle-income Canadians. We are also the government, Mrs. Speaker, that has put in place the Canada Child Benefit Program that has helped hundreds of thousands of children get out of poverty. Madam Speaker, our government is here to help the middle class, and that's exactly what we're going to continue to do. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Madam Speaker. We know that in a few days or a few weeks, the government will be tabling its budget. Yesterday, the Chamber of Commerce of Canada, which represents 200,000 employers, 200,000 job creators and wealth creators, made a report with 10 recommendations. These include recommending that if the Government of Canada wants to increase productivity, they would have to lower the cost of doing business. Clearly, this means not inventing new taxes and new fees for our businesses. Why isn't the government doing this? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And once again, I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
Competitive business environment. Compared to other areas in other OECD countries, we have a competitive corporate tax rate. Businesses that invest in Canada also benefit from a highly skilled and highly educated workforce. We will continue to focus on ensuring that our Canadian economy is competitive, providing good jobs for the middle-class Canadians and a good future for our country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The best way to help those who create wealth, those who create jobs, our Canadian entrepreneur, is not creating new taxes and new charges. This is exactly what this government have done for the last 15 months. This is exactly what this government will do for the next year if they don't change their mind. Why create a new liberal carbon tax? So maybe one day, Madam Speaker, the government will understand why the government is so opposed to those who create wealth in Canada, why this government is so opposed to creators of wealth, why this government is so opposed to entrepreneur Canadians.
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Is the party opposite so opposed to taking action to protect our environment, to grow a clean economy, to create jobs, to foster innovation, and to ensure a more sustainable future for our children? We understand that this is a real opportunity. We are putting a price on pollution because we want less pollution and we want more innovation. There's a huge opportunity. We are going to take advantage of it.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Madam Speaker, the risk that a Canadian would be stopped at the U.S. border and asked to hand over their passwords for social media accounts is higher than ever. These attacks on our privacy are intimidating, and the consequences of failing to comply are very serious. You can be interrogated, detained, turned away at the border. Searching a computer is much more intrusive than searching a suitcase. So will the minister finally stand up to defend the rights of Canadians here and at the border? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Unequivocally, we support Canadians' right to privacy and security, and we make sure that those rights are protected each and every day. And that's why the protocol governing the use of passwords is so clear. It is publicly available, but I'll read the most relevant section. The CBSA's current policy is that such examinations should not be conducted as a matter of routine. They may only be conducted if there is a multiplicity of indicators that evidence of contraventions may be found on the digital device or media. I'm sure the member opposite agrees with me that that's a prudent policy.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Agree. The problem is what the U.S. wants to do and the deafening silence we're hearing from the Prime Minister when he meets the U.S. President. But, Madam Speaker, while Canadians are being turned away at the border, the Minister continues to downplay concerns about C-23, which has far-reaching consequences and could lead to even more Canadians being treated unfairly at the border. C-23 grants worrisome powers to U.S. border agents on Canadian soil, such as permissions to carry firearms, and without without the appropriate criminal liability framework. So I ask again, what will it take for this government to finally stand up and protect Canadians' rights, both here and at the border?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Madam Speaker, I have tremendous regard for the member opposite, but his question, frankly, is just inaccurate in the way that it's posed the information. The reality is that pre-clearance is something that already happens 12 million visitors, or excuse me, 12 million Canadians every year at 8 locations, and that everybody who crosses the border is protected by the Canadian Charter and Canadian law. The result of not having pre-clearance would mean that these individuals would be on U.S. soil where they would not have the protection of the Charter and they would not have the protection of Canadian law. This is the right way to proceed.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, when Canada signs free trade agreements, they're meant to be in the interest of Canadians and not in the interest of elites who fly around in helicopters near their private islands. It's unacceptable to sign agreements that will have negative consequences on Quebec dairy producers, especially when they're given inadequate compensation and the government doesn't deliver the goods. What other surprises can Canadians expect with the renegotiation of NAFTA?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. CETA is the most progressive trade agreement ever negotiated by Canada or the EU. It will create jobs, bolster our prosperity, and help grow the middle class. As the Prime Minister said in his address to the European Parliament, this forward-looking agreement reflects a progressive trade agenda, one that protects the ability of societies to promote the public good, one that focuses on small and medium-sized enterprises. We've put the interests of workers and consumers at the heart of our trade negotiations. We're giving Canadian businesses access, unprecedented access, to 500 million affluent Europeans.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Madam Speaker, the government is repeating the same thing again. The Prime Minister met the American President this week, but he had nothing reassuring to say about the softwood lumber file. The uncertainty around this file is already causing price fluctuations on the softwood lumber market. Stakeholders in the industry are expecting the imposition of a surcharge, and producers are limiting their exports because they are afraid of a retroactive surcharge. When will this government finally reassure the forestry sector by moving forward with negotiations, and most of all, by announcing a Plan B?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the softwood lumber agreement expired under the previous government. Our government is vigorously defending the interests of the softwood lumber industry in Canada, as the Minister did last week in Washington, and also the Prime Minister did in Washington. We strongly defended our softwood lumber producers. We will continue to work closely with workers and producers in the sector, as well as with provinces and territories. We want a good agreement for Canada, not just any old agreement. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battlefords.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals claimed they had a 100-day fix 300 days ago, and that didn't work out. President Trump has made his intentions clear that he will tweak NAFTA. The Americans have already insisted that supply management, dispute mechanism settlements, and even COOL are back on the table. What will the Liberals put on the table during NAFTA negotiations? Nobody really knows. Jobs are at risk, and Canadians deserve to know. What will it be?
Madam President, our government had a very productive and important meeting with the President last Monday. Let me remind the House that the President assured Canada and the world that, quote, we have a very outstanding trade relationship with Canada, unquote. As for NAFTA, it's important for all of us to continue to realize that the principal actors in the U.S. Cabinet have not yet been appointed. Even more importantly, the United States has not formally initiated a NAFTA negotiation process. If and when that happens, we will be ready.
Member for Battlefords, Lloydminster.
Well, NAFTA will be under renegotiation, Madam Speaker. The President's made that very clear, and the outcome, of course, will be unknown. It's more imperative than ever that Canada pursue other trade opportunities like the TPP. The Conservatives have been saying this for over a year. Regardless of what the U.S. does, we should continue to move forward with like-minded countries. Will the Minister commit to completing an Asia-Pacific deal before any bilateral with China begins?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
With regard to our interest in exploring talks with regard to the Asia-Pacific market, it's very important that we begin cautiously, We know that this is very important to Canadians. We are very pleased so far, and I'd like to thank the member for the question.
The honourable member for Haldimand, Norfolk.
Madam Speaker, small and medium-sized businesses are the backbone of our economy, but the Liberals want to shut them out at every turn. Small businesses in Haldimand, Norfolk are struggling to survive under Liberal governments. With hydro prices skyrocketing out of control, small businesses are forced to pay Ontario Liberals out of one pocket, while these Liberals reach into the other to grab the money for the carbon tax and CPP hikes. Why won't the Liberals get their hands out of small business pockets and start showing them the respect that they deserve?
The Honourable Leader of the Government and Small Businesses and Tourism.
Madam Speaker, the member got one thing right. Small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. Small businesses are job creators, and that's why this government is committed to working with them wholeheartedly. That's why we are making investments so that small businesses can sell their products and services to Canadians. The lowering of the middle-class tax cut actually puts more money into the pockets of consumers. We are engaging with small businesses. Those stakeholders will be well represented, and we will continue to work very hard for them. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Richmond-Athabasca. Madam Speaker, for several months we've been hearing that the Liberals want to privatize Canadian airports. After having asked the investment firm Credit Suisse to analyze the financial effects that this would have for Ottawa, yesterday the president of the Caisse de dépôt et de placement du Québec indicated that he would be thrilled to invest in Canadian airports. Madam Speaker, do the Liberals really have a plan to privatize airports? Or is this simply another desperate attempt to compensate for their out-of-control spending? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as I've said many times, our priority is to provide good service to passengers. This is why we're trying to lower costs for passengers, to offer them more choice, to reduce waiting times, to get through security or to get through customs. And we even intend to create a passenger's Bill of Rights, passenger's rights system. So we will always remember that our first priority is service to passengers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Calgary Single Hill.
Madam Speaker, the Liberals' new mortgage rules have denied thousands of young Canadians the opportunity to purchase their first home. The new rules smack of a government that thinks it knows better than the taxpayer. And this week at committee, the president of the CMHC said, and I quote, "It's like you're at a party. The party is getting too strong, so you remove the punch bowl." Now, does the finance minister agree with his president of CMHC, who compared Canada's young, working class struggling to buy their first home to a punch bowl party that has gotten out of control?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Families, Children and Social Development.
Our government believes that all Canadians deserve safe and affordable housing. That's why we've invested more than $2.3 billion over the next 2 years to do just this. We've also increased down payment requirements in December to address pockets of risk, in particular in Toronto and Vancouver. In Budget 2016, our government has also allocated $500,000 to Statistics Canada in order to study the phenomena that is causing some of the housing prices to spike and looking at policies and opportunities to make sure that we sustain affordability in the private market. We'll continue to keep our focus on that issue because it matters to Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverbend.
Madam Speaker, last week the latest job numbers were released and the picture remains bleak in Alberta. Unemployment keeps rising, yet the Liberals simply don't care. Clearly, their reckless spending plan is doing nothing to support Albertans and nothing to create jobs. Madam Speaker, how many more Albertans need to lose their jobs, how many more families need to lose their homes, and how many more businesses need to close their doors before the Liberals get their head out of the sand and present a plan that will actually create one job in Alberta?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, nothing could be further from the truth. We are working hard to create jobs across the country, including Alberta. We have approved pipelines, Madam Speaker, and we've invested $240 million in post-secondary education, $78 million to the University of Calgary, $20.7 million to the Southern Alberta Institute of Technology. We're supporting economic development in Fort McMurray, Madam Speaker. We're doing what we need to do to help the Alberta economy move forward. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Madam Speaker, Bill S-201 is a piece of legislation designed to protect Canadians' rights to the privacy of their own genetic information. Currently, Canadians who receive genetic testing on a variety of medical issues are at risk of being denied insurance coverage if they fail to turn this information over. Can the Chair or the Vice Chair of the Justice Committee update this House on how many expert witnesses testified and how many meetings were devoted to the study of Bill S-201 before the bill was reported back to this House?
A member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford. Oh. Honourable member for Cowichan, Langford, Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Vice Chair for the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights, I would like to thank the member for Hamilton Centre for this important question and thank him for his continuous work in bringing transparency and accountability to this House. Hear, hear. He is correct. Bill S-201 is an important bill intended to protect Canadians against unfair treatment by insurance companies based on their genetic information. To answer his question, the Justice Committee held 5 meetings and heard from 28 witnesses. The overwhelming testimony was in support of the current draft of the legislation, and the committee itself reported the bill back without amendment.
Hear, hear! Hear, hear! That's...
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat Langford.
Madam Speaker, after the Justice Committee reported Bill S-201 back to this House, the Liberal government made an astonishing move. The government is trying to gut this important bill by deleting the majority of the clauses at report stage. This would send a green light to companies to discriminate based on genetic conditions. At the 11th hour, the Liberals caved to pressure from the insurance industry. Shame. Why is this government more interested in protecting the profits of insurance companies than protecting Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government believes in the Charter, and that's why our government is committed to protecting Canadians from the possible misuse of genetic information. The Senate Public Bill is a step towards helping prevent genetic discrimination and protecting the privacy of Canadians. Preventing discrimination and other forms of misuse of genetic information is an important goal, and that's why our government believes in the amendments which we introduced earlier in the House, which is about striking the right balance between the roles that should be played by the federal government and the provincial government, and we look forward to further debate in this House so that we can achieve the goals of that bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to ask myself a question through you. Madam Speaker, the Liberals' Family and Friends Deal event is in full swing in Ottawa. Mary Ng, another Kathleen Wynne staffer who followed Jerry and her good friend Katie to Ottawa to become the Liberal PMO Director of Appointments, is now appointing herself to be the Liberal candidate to replace John McCallum. She announced her candidacy days after John McCallum was pushed out the door to become the ambassador to China. The thing is, she would have been the one that worked on the appointment to appoint McCallum. Can the Prime Minister tell this House what role he played in this backroom deal?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam President, I appreciate the opportunity to rise and answer that question because the member knows that it is the Prime Minister who makes decisions on who to appoint as ambassadors. As the Prime Minister said, the Honourable John McCallum has a distinguished career in public service, and as Canada's new ambassador to China, our Canada-China relationship will be well served and Canadian interests strongly promoted. As we work towards a strong, more stable and long-term relationship with China, we will have more opportunities to share our culture, increase our people-to-people ties, and hold frank dialogues on issues of importance to Canadians.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Madam Speaker, it's more than unsavory after John McCallum is bumped that the PMO's Director of Appointments appoints herself to replace him. It certainly smells like the fix was in. Yesterday, the government House Leader said, "I have no reason to doubt that the rules have been respected." Respecting the rules? How's that been working out for the Liberals? So I'll ask again, Madam Speaker, what promises were made by the Prime Minister to Mary Ng if she pushed John McCallum out the door?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I believe the member has been mistaken because he knows very well that it is the Prime Minister who makes decisions on who to appoint as ambassadors. And as the Prime Minister has also said, the Honourable John McCallum has a distinguished career in public service, and as Canada's new ambassador to China, our Canada-China relationship will be well served and Canadian interests strongly promoted. There are huge opportunities for two countries to work better together to create opportunities for Canadians, the people we are here to work hard for. Thank you.
The honourable member for Beauport de Beaupré, Île d'Orléans, Charlevoix. Madam Speaker, one Prime Minister, two investigations into ethics, and one of those investigations could lead to sanctions. This is unprecedented in Canada. Either the Prime Minister doesn't understand that he needs to be above suspicion, or he just doesn't care. Will the Prime Minister finally admit that he broke the rules when he traveled on a private helicopter, a friend's private helicopter, during a personal holiday?
A government House leader.
I appreciate the opportunity to answer this question because we've answered several times. The member can ask the same question several times and she will get the same answer. The Prime Minister said that he will answer all of the questions that the Ethics Commissioner will have for him. Thank you.
Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Madam Speaker, we've demanded answers about the Prime Minister's illegal use of private aircraft. The government House leader keeps telling us that he will answer the Ethics Commissioner's questions. Well, he did answer her preliminary questions, and she must not have liked his answers because she escalated the matter to an unprecedented full investigation. When will the Prime Minister admit to Canadians that his conduct was unethical and illegal? Will he do it now, or does he really want to wait for the Ethics Commissioner to do it for him later?
Federal Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister has said time and time again that he will answer any questions that the Commissioner has. On this side of the House, we are taking unprecedented levels of consultation with Canadians. We are here to work to respond to their questions. I'm not surprised that the member opposite has problems when people have more questions. We're okay with it because we are responding to the real challenges that Canadians are facing. We are here to do the good work they expect us to do, and we will continue to do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
L'honorable député de the honourable member for Destiny, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Madam Speaker, yesterday, along with other Indigenous MPs, we sent a letter to the Minister calling on her government to rename the building that houses the Prime Minister's office. It is named after the creator of Indian residential schools, a system that continues to negatively impact Indigenous people today. In the spirit of reconciliation, we have asked the Minister to rename the building to reflect the government's commitment to Indigenous people. Will this government commit today in this House to changing the name?
L'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, there is no relationship more important to our government than the one that we have with Indigenous peoples. Our government is fully committed to implementing the Truth and Reconciliation Commission's calls to action. This includes developing a reconciliation framework for Canadian heritage and commemoration, and any decision, of course, will be made in full partnership with Indigenous peoples.
The honourable member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Madam Speaker, this week we heard some alarming messages from the White House on the issue, on the Israeli-Palestinian issue. Many European countries reacted immediately, as did the UN. So my question is simple. Does Canada still believe in the solution involving two states? And if yes, what will the government, or what is the government doing at present to convince the Israeli government to put an end to its policy of colonization, which is jeopardizing this solution involving two states?
Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Well, thank you. Madam Speaker, I appreciate the question from the member opposite. As a resolved architect of peace, Canada is looking towards a solution with two states and will help in that regard and undertake negotiations to see sustainable peace, Madam Speaker. This is the policy that has long been defended by Canada.
Madam Speaker, our government has been very clear about our commitment to gender equality, and our Prime Minister has demonstrated that commitment at home and abroad. As a member of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women,
I've heard many comments about the role that we can all play in seeking equality. Can the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Status of Women tell the House why men and boys must be involved in the discussion on gender equality?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Nickel Belt for the question and for his commitment to gender equality. And may I say it's an absolute honour to serve as the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister for the Status of Women. Madam Speaker, we know how important it is to engage men and boys in the advancement of gender equality to help create cultural change. Gender equality is not only a women's issue, it's a societal issue. As our Prime Minister has said, feminists come in all genders. And again, Madam Speaker, I am honoured to have the opportunity to be part of this important work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Haliburton to Water Lakes Brock.
Madam Speaker, Canadians are not buying this Liberal deception about supporting the middle class. Thanks to the failed energy policies of the Wynne Liberals, the Millbrook Arena in Cavan Monaghan was recently hit with a monthly hydro bill of over $11,000. These Liberals have cancelled the Children's Fitness Tax Credit and have introduced a new carbon tax, making the cost of everything from renting ice at the arena to fuel to get children to the rink substantially more expensive. When are these Liberals going to help families instead of burying them in taxes?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Madam Speaker, I want to give this colleague a lesson in history. During 10 years, this previous government announced with great fanfare in 2007 its sectorial policy to improve the environment. They had 10 years to put it in place. It was announced in 2007. Over 10 years, they implemented 2 out of the 6 sectors. That's their terrible record with respect to the environment. They have nothing to tell us.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Well, Madam Speaker, under this government, CO2 emissions actually went down. But under the failed Liberal policies of the Kathleen Wynne Liberals, life in rural Ontario is becoming more expensive. In fact, high energy costs are being especially hard on seniors living on fixed incomes, on farmers, on farm families, and on small businesses. And now, these Liberals are taking lessons from the failed playbook of the Kathleen Wynne Liberals. Why is this Prime Minister forcing a carbon tax on the rural Canadians who can least afford it?
Absolutely. The Honourable Minister of Environment, Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I might want to just explain why emissions went down under the previous Conservative government. Nothing to do with them. It was, in fact, the Liberal government in Ontario because they closed coal-fired plants and also because the economy was not doing well. We understand that we need to put a price on what we don't want, which is pollution, and foster what we do want, which is clean innovation and jobs. That is why, unlike the previous government, we are going to be doing that. We're going to be reducing pollution, reducing emissions, and growing our economy.
The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Madam Speaker, as we speak, more and more people in my riding are losing their homes because of this Liberal economy. Now the charitable agencies providing support to these individuals and families have to cut programs as a direct result of the Prime Minister's ill-conceived carbon tax scheme. When will the Prime Minister admit that by charging a carbon tax on charities, he is actually taxing the most vulnerable?
The Honourable Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would hope that the member opposite would understand that polluting is not free, that we actually want to leave a cleaner future to our kids, that we want to grow our economy, that we want to create good jobs, that we want to foster innovation. That's why we're working with the provinces and territories, developing a plan that will reduce emissions, will produce a more sustainable world for our kids and grandkids, because that is what they deserve.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Madam Speaker, Southeast Saskatchewan is in the midst of a jobs crisis, and thousands of my constituents are out of work. The Liberals are making things worse by forcing a carbon tax on families who are already struggling to put food on the table. A carbon tax will increase costs for our farmers and ranchers, middle-class Canadians who will now have to pay significantly more just to keep operating. Why won't the Liberals stand up for hard-working Canadians and abandon their foolish carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister of Environment.
Speaker, we always stand up for hardworking Canadians. That's why we reduced taxes for middle-class Canadians and raised them on the 1%. That's why we introduced the Canada Child Benefit, where 9 out of 10 families will get more for their children. We're also going to take action on the environment because it actually makes economic sense. We're moving forward for a cleaner future for our kids. We're going to support the middle class. We're going to create good jobs because that's what Canadians expect us to do.
L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Madam Speaker, while the Minister of Finance is fine-tuning the proposal for the next budget, the Prime Minister is endlessly studying studies. He might well even miss the train. In Trois-Rivières, like elsewhere along the Quebec-Windsor corridor, bringing back passenger rail service is crucial for the economy. Can the Minister confirm that he will do his homework in time so that Budget 2017 contains the funds necessary to putting in place high-frequency trains via rail? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Madam Speaker, the concept of a high-frequency train is something that we are studying, that we funded to $3.4 billion, and that is why we consider it's very important to do so for the Quebec-Windsor corridor. This is a complex matter. We need to look at the viability of this type of a project. We are working on that. We're doing our homework, and once we've completed it, we'll talk about it. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It would be good to hear them stop talking about development without doing anything, because as critic for the electrification of transport, I'm eager to see the next budget. Last year I was very disappointed to see that their big contribution for electrification of transport was 4 charging stations in Quebec. 4. During that time, the government put in 800. Can the Minister of Natural Resources tell us how many new charging stations Quebec will get in 2017? 1, maybe 5, 6?
The Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, the government was very pleased in the budget of 2016 to announce a program of establishing electric vehicle charging stations, $62.5 million over 2 years. And we're also very pleased that it was the province of Quebec that was the most enthusiastic of all the provinces. And I know that it's absolutely consistent with the government's commitment to move to a lower carbon economy while creating good, clean jobs for Canadians, and I'm glad the member's on side.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert Edmonton.
Madam Speaker, last fall, Travis Vader's conviction of 2 counts of second-degree murder of Lyle and Marie McCann was vacated after the trial judge based his conviction on a zombie section of the criminal code. Zombie laws are booby traps for the unwitting, with the potential for costs, delays, mistrials, appeals, and, like what happened to the McCann family, miscarriages of justice. The Minister of Justice can easily introduce legislation to repeal these sections. When will she?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to begin by reiterating that our government extends the deepest sympathies to the family of the deceased. The reference to a zombie provision, as my colleague puts it, is a stark reminder about the importance of conducting a broad, comprehensive review of the criminal justice system. Our government is undertaking that process. We look forward to working with my honourable colleague across the way to ensure that we have a fair, relevant and accessible criminal justice system. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Madam Speaker, the Justice Department has launched an initiative called Transparency for the 21st Century. Canadians are interested to see how that goes, since there's been a total lack of transparency from the Justice Minister. She won't tell Canadians which mandatory minimum sentences she's going to get rid of. She won't tell Canadians why over half the judicial positions she was supposed to fill are empty, leading to murders and sex offenders going free. When will she tell Canadians which mandatory sentences will be eliminated and why she hasn't filled the judicial vacancies?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to begin by saying that we all acknowledge that child sexual assault crimes are wrong, and we are doing everything in our power to prevent them from occurring again. Our government firmly believes that mandatory minimum sentences are appropriate for the most serious offences, but it is also clear, Madam Speaker, that the last government introduced a number of mandatory minimums which have been systematically struck down by the Supreme Court of Canada, and that is why we must take a careful look at mandatory minimums going forward. Our government is committed to doing that so that we have an efficient, fair, accessible criminal justice system. Thank you, Madam.
The Honourable Member for Calgary Confederation.
Madam Speaker, my friend Neil Bandelman faces 11 years behind bars in Indonesia. Indonesia's justice system has accused him of a crime that is unfounded and unwarranted. A year ago, the parliamentary second secretary to the Foreign Affairs Minister claimed that he was, and I quote, deeply concerned and dismayed by the court's decision. Since then, nothing. And Neil continues to languish in prison. Why won't the minister give Neil, his family and friends hope and outline what action she's taking to bring Neil home?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I want to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his ongoing work on behalf of Neil Bantelman. It's our government priority to see Neil Bantelman back home in Canada as a free man. Our government has been reiterated that concern with the Indonesian government at the highest level. Our officials and myself have been engaged with his family. We are working with his legal team and his family throughout this judicial review process. I want to take a moment to recognize the strength of his family and his friends, particularly his wife, Tracy, for her courage and her strength.
The Honourable Member for Oakville North Burlington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Recently, I held a roundtable in my riding of Oakville North Burlington about the challenges faced by people living with disabilities.
I salute their courage and determination.
Challenges related to accessibility and inclusion in workplaces and in our community are many. We have to change our perceptions and make Canada more inclusive. Can the Parliamentary Secretary for Sport and Persons with Disabilities tell us about our government's efforts to ensure better inclusion?
The Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Je remercie mon honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. The government is determined to ensure greater accessibility and better opportunities for Canadians with disabilities in their communities and in the workplace across the country. Canadians have attended one of the 19 sessions in addition to the consultations conducted by members. I would encourage all who have not yet participated by doing so online until February 28th at canada.ca/ better is always possible.
The
Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lille, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. The government is so disconnected from the realities of the forestry industry. Negotiating a softwood lumber agreement is very important to put an end to these uncertainties surrounding woodland caribou. Unfortunately, the government doesn't have the data to make a decision on this file. Will the Minister of the Environment, who likes to claim that her decisions are made on science, ensure that the department will learn more about woodland caribou so that before making or to make an informed decision and without giving in to blackmail by activists? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very happy to tell my colleague that on Tuesday, I will be meeting with my provincial counterparts, including my counterpart from Quebec, to talk about caribou, to talk about science, to ensure that we are protecting caribou, and to take into account the employment side.
Ian.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My constituents often tell me how important it is to have access to art facilities in our communities. This allows their families to take part in the arts and better understand our stories as Canadians. Will the government please share with us how they plan on supporting these important staples of our communities?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Nepean for his important question. Our government firmly believes in investing in our cultural sector as it drives innovation and growth and allows for unique Canadian stories to be shared with the world.
In Budget 2016, we invested some $170 million over 2 years in cultural infrastructure, which is historic.
Now it's over $6.5 million in funding for arts courts and the Ottawa Art Gallery right here in Ottawa. This will help to provide a home for 26 non-for-profit organizations to allow them to continue to support our Canadian creators. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Manning.
Madam Speaker, Canadians expect all taxpayers to pay what they owe. They do not want anyone to give them preferential treatment. Can the National Revenue Minister explain why, after allocating $444 million to combat offshore tax evasion, we are told that her department is failing to collect $50 billion each year. Wow, $50 billion, that would be enough for the Liberal budget to balance itself.
The Honourable Minister.
Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, middle-class Canadians and Canadians working hard to join it and who pay their taxes are funding programs for all Canadians, and they're fed up with seeing some taxpayers not pay their fair share. We have invested $444 million, Madam Speaker, precisely to work on dealing with evasion and avoidance. We are working very hard on the ground, and I will be very happy shortly to announce some good news to the member opposite. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Madam Speaker, when Ottawa is so bent on approving infrastructure projects one by one, everything ends up paralyzed and we never see the money. The Parliamentary Budget Officer has confirmed that of the $13.6 billion announced in the budget, only one-third has been spent, and in Quebec it's twice as bad. Will the government keep its electoral promise to fully pay out funds from the gas tax to ensure, as it said in its platform, that our communities are not shortchanged? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. As my colleague knows full well, we have a historic project to invest in infrastructure. When it comes to the reallocation of funds, they are allocated to specific projects, and I assume that he doesn't want that to be withdrawn, but they haven't been paid out in Quebec once the project is completed. So the money is earmarked, and it will not be changed. The money that will be reallocated have been included into the gas tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Well, that's not what the election platform for the Liberal Party said. Madam Speaker, only 2% of public infrastructure is federal. For the rest, well, the government doesn't get it, and that's why it's so long to free up the funding. By interfering in other business, Ottawa's blocking these funds, paralyzing the cities, and the only thing that's going forward is the money for the propaganda surrounding the 150th anniversary. They know all about that. In the next budget, will the government commit to fully freeing up funding for infrastructure that's being frozen up in Ottawa and stop wasting time? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague will be very happy to see that there are 61 projects in Quebec that have been announced. 61 projects announced for representing $1.6 billion. Those ones have been decided ahead of time with Quebec. We're working with our partners in the province and the municipalities very closely. They're very happy with our collaboration, and these projects take some time to develop. We are going to be putting them in place for for the benefit of all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Since 1976, Newfoundland has taken Hydro-Quebec, dragged Hydro-Quebec to court 17 times on the Churchill Falls issue, and 17 times Newfoundland has lost. That's a problem, Madam Speaker, because this obstinacy has cost Quebecers $50 million. And what's more, we're being asked to use our tax dollars to guarantee a loan for Muskrat Falls. Will the government understand how angry Quebecers are and understand that they have every reason to refuse seeing their taxes being used to fund unfair competition with Newfoundland over Hydro-Quebec?
The Honourable Parliamentary Minister.
Madam Speaker, the government is interested in promoting electricity ties throughout the country. We realize that there will be in the future a reduced reliance on fossil fuels. We are in a transition period. And as a part of that transition, we think it's very important to encourage the development of hydroelectric power wherever it occurs in Canada. That is a fundamental value. We believe that it's the best possible example of the environment and the economy working hand in hand throughout every region of Canada.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My question is for the Minister of Health. Adequate health care funding continues to be a serious issue in Nunavut. The Canadian health transfer only covers 11% of Nunavut's health care costs. This is in stark contrast to the Canadian provincial average of approximately 21%. The $35 million Territorial Health Investment Fund, which includes vital funding for medical travel, is insufficient. This disparity in healthcare funding between Nunavut and southern Canada is unacceptable. Does the Minister plan to address this inequity in the upcoming Territorial Health Investment Fund renewal? Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I'd like to thank the member for his hard work on behalf of his constituents. Our government is committed to working with the government of Nunavut to address the healthcare needs of its residents. As part of the Health Accord, Nunavut will receive $11.2 million over 10 years in targeted federal funding to improve access to home care and mental health services. This is in addition to federal health funding provided through the Canada Health Transfer, which will reach $37 million in 2016-2017 and will continue to grow year after year. We also support the delivery of public services in Nunavut, including healthcare, through the territorial formula financing valued at close to $1.5 billion in 2016-2017. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Routine proceedings, tabling of documents. Introduction of government bills. Statement by members. Rapport de délégation interparlementaire.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Présentation de
Presenting reports from committees.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Motion.
Motions.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for New Westminster. Yeah.
Burnaby.
New Westminster Burnaby. Change of seats, you see.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to present a petition on behalf of nearly 1,000 Canadians, hundreds of whom are from my riding of New Westminster Burnaby. And these citizens call upon the Government of Canada to take prompt action and conduct urgent meetings with the Port Metro Vancouver Authority to require comprehensive independent health and environmental impact assessments before considering new coal shipping projects, to implement a credible, inclusive, broad and open consultation process, and to ensure that British Columbians have a say and control over a matter of public health that could irreversibly affect their health and quality of life. Madam Speaker, of course, I'm speaking about the proposed Fraser-Surrey Docks expansion, and this is why these petitioners, through the electronic petition process, have asked the Government of Canada to respond. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Is that agreed? Agreed. So ordered. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Government orders, Government Bills Commons, resuming debate at third reading of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to join in this important discussion, and creating parks is important. I would like to preface my remarks, if I might, as I focus on C-18, just to mention, Madam Speaker, that I was kind of disappointed when yesterday the person who, well, listen, we're all friends here, and I'm sure no one's going to tell a tale out of school. I mean, actually the most powerful person in the entire NDP sits just on the other side of that door. His name is Anthony Saloom, and if you really want to know where the power is, it's a bit of a secret inside story of the NDP. It's Anthony. So when Anthony said to me, Dave, I've got a real project for you. You're gonna really like this. I think I could refer to myself. It's going to be interesting to see what the Speaker does with that. Anyway, and I took a look at it, and I thought, well, that's a park. Yeah, okay, that's good. But I was very disappointed, Madam Speaker. I was incredibly disappointed because as important as this bill is, and let me just take a second to read the summary so that there's a context for my remarks. This enactment amends the Rouge National Urban Park Act to set out priorities in respect of factors to be considered in the management of the park. Additionally, it adds to the adds land to the park. It also amends the Parks Canada Agency Act to allow the new Parks and Historic Sites account to be used in a broader manner. Finally, it amends the Canada National Parks Act to modify the boundary of Wood Buffalo National Park of Canada, and I know how important that is as part of this. But I have to say, Madam Speaker, my disappointment stems from the fact that I wouldn't be given an opportunity to get on my feet and to talk about how the government has let so many people down by turning their back on electoral reform. That's the kind of speech that I wanted to make, to come in here and point out to Canadians that, again, a government that said over 1,800 times in the campaign that they were going to make electoral reform a key cornerstone of their mandate, and they turned their back on the Canadian people. They turned their back on that promise. And as I mentioned in my statement earlier, Madam Speaker, it's more than passing strange that the current Prime Minister is fear-mongering about proportional representation by saying, well, going to PR, you know, that could lead to extremist governments getting in power. And of course, my response to that point would be, Stephen Harper, an extremist government by many of our measurements, got in with 39.6% of the vote, and with that, less than 40%, they got 100% of the power. How can that be seen as democratic, Madam Speaker? There's nothing democratic at all that 39% of the vote gets you 100% of the power. You don't have to be a political scientist to understand that's not democracy. And this government, back when they were over where we are now, in the third party heading into the election, over 1,800 times that the Prime Minister himself said 2015 will be the last election that we have a first-past-the-post system. That'd be the last one. Until he won by that system and got himself a majority and got 100% of the power. And this is the ironic part. The Liberals formed a majority government and got 100% of the power with less percentage of the popular vote than the Harper government had. And proportional representation would say, if you get 39% of the popular vote, you get 39% of the seats. Makes sense? It makes sense. It makes common sense. It makes every vote count. And that's the key thing, Madam Speaker. So you can appreciate my disappointment when I was yesterday, as I was lining up for my work today, and Anthony said, here's what I need you to do tomorrow for me, Dave. You got to get up and you got to speak to this bill. And I really was hoping it would be something about electoral reform where I could reflect the anger and the betrayal and the disappointment that exists certainly in my riding. And based on the emails that I'm getting and seeing, it seems that that's spread across the country. Now, I grant you, Madam Speaker, that it may not be millions and millions of people who are hanging on this issue yet. But the numbers have grown. Quite a number of years ago, our former leader, Jack Layton, asked me to be our Democratic reform critic, which I did for a period of time. And again, there weren't millions of people interested, but the number was actually smaller than it is now, which shows that as people understand the issue and understand why virtually every other advanced country moves to a PR system, and that our natural hesitancy to do anything too radical Once people get past that,
Order from the member from Scarborough-Rouge Park.
I believe the debate is on C-18, an amendment to amend the Rouge National Park Act. My honourable friend is discussing something that is not relevant to this particular debate, and I'm wondering if you could give him some guidance as to focus on the debate itself and not defer into something that is not part of this these amendments.
The member is likely aware there is a lot of flexibility when discussing, while debating bills or motions, and I am sure that the member is attempting to get his point across and that he will refocus, but I do want to remind the member that there is a lot of flexibility when it comes to debates in the House.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate that latitude. I also appreciate that latitude can only go so far and that my remarks need to be germane to C-18. And I thank my friend across the way for his interjection because, at least superficially, it suggests he's listening, and that's always nice. And I appreciate that because it's not always easy to listen to my speeches. I grant you that. So stay tuned, and please, I urge the member to jump in again if he feels the need, if he's so moved by my remarks and by the arguments and things that I'm presenting that he's so wound up in it that he's got to leap to his feet and participate. I urge him, Madam Speaker, to please continue to do that. But with regard to the issue that he raises about why am I going on talking about electoral reform when we're actually about C-18, well, this is about my feelings. My feelings about C-18. And I'm expressing to my friend that the biggest feeling is disappointment because it's not C-18 that I really would like to debate. Parks are wonderful. We all love parks. I love parks. But I'd rather talk about the broken promises, and that's why I was saying it's germane to C-18 because my emotions, how I feel about this, are directly related to the fact that it's C-18, and it's not what I hoped I'd be able to debate here today. I mean, that's not the only thing. I was further disappointed when Mr. Saloom handed me the bill, and I looked at it and I went, well, it's not about door-to-door mail delivery either, which is something else I feel passionately about and my constituents do, especially when it looks like we may be heading for another betrayal there. The government's starting to, split hairs. They got studies, consultations, all their usual delay tactics that are meant to look anything except like a delay. But that's what's going on, and I worry, and I know that my colleagues worry, that the government is eventually getting to the point where they're going to do to their promise to return door-to-door mail delivery exactly what they did to their promise on electoral reform. Now, it matters to C-18, and it's germane to this, because the debate on this park is important. There's no question that this park is important, and all parks are important. That's why I found myself so conflicted as I was coming into the House. I have a number of significant parks in my riding. Gore Park right downtown, which is kind of small, but it's the center of our city. It's uniquely shaped, and the history of it's quite fascinating. And then there's Gage Park, which is another major urban park in my riding that I'm very proud of, and I can remember as a kid going there riding on my bike and playing hide and seek with my friends in Gage Park. But my question would be, as I'm dealing with C-18 and thinking about Gage Park, is how do I go about making my park a national park? Because that would be a great idea. Now, I see my friend again, who's just paying such wonderful attention, and I do appreciate that so much, is making mannerisms that maybe he has an answer for that about how we go about. Maybe there's an application form I missed somewhere along the line where we get to fill out, would you like your municipal urban park to become a national park? Because I want to check off the box that says yes. Because we'll take that if we can. And if it's a little too small for that designation, although it's not in my riding, we have Confederation Park, which is much larger. And then, of course, we have Bayfront Park, which is, as you might think, near the bay, near the harbor. And so we have a lot of parks, but none of them are national yet. And again, that's why this is important. My understanding is this is the first national urban park. And that's a great thing. I heard the minister commenting earlier about how, I think she said, I stand to be corrected, but I believe the minister said that it's the first national park that you can get to by public transportation. And that's a positive thing. That's a good thing that should happen. So you can appreciate those mixed emotions I had when I was coming in. Because again, you know, what was really motivating me was to talk about why the government's broken their promises on C-51. It's good that we're doing the C-18 on the park. That's a great thing. You know, what's of much more urgency right now to people on top of mind issue is what seems again to be more broken promises around C-51. For all the government's talk in the campaign about how important it was and how they were going to act on it, and it's because it's the security of Canadians and their privacy and their rights are going to get right on it, and here we are well over time and still nothing. But on C-18...
Another point of order from the member from Scarborough Rouge
Madam
River.
Speaker, I appreciate my friend needing some time to discuss the issues that are relevant to him, and I think there's appropriate venues and timelines in this House to do that. I do think this is a very important issue for my riding. I represent the riding of Scarborough Rouge Park. It's a very important bill, and
I just... Yes. Okay, so order. 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 I'm asking you to hold on for a second here. Thank you very much. So I do want to remind the member to ensure that his thoughts and his speech are very related to the subject at hand. There is some latitude. However, we also have to make sure that it is relevant to the issue that is before the House here. So I would ask the member from Hamilton Centre to ensure that he gets back on point.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and of course I will follow your ruling. And I would just say to my friend, one thing you need to be careful of, don't be challenging the Speaker. When the Speaker says, sit down, you should sit down. Trust me. That's a good piece of advice. But I understand the concern, and the honourable member said it's trivializing, and I don't think that's fair at all. I could actually make an argument about how if this was a proportional representation House, we might be able to do Bill C-18 and a whole lot of other things more cooperatively and move them through more quickly, which would be the opposite of trivializing. It would be making it a greater priority and allowing it to get through even quicker. So there are linkages to all these things, Madam Speaker, and I can understand that maybe the member has nothing better to do than to make sure that nobody steps 1 millimeter outside the boundaries of debate. That's fine if that's what the member wants to do with his time, but I'd rather focus on the issues of the day. And the matter right in front of us is C-18. Now, one of the interesting things about C-18, Madam Speaker, is there seems to be some debate and concern around the idea of ecological integrity. And I'm not an expert, but there are those who are suggesting that that's a problem. And yet, when I listen to those who are experts, who know this issue, they say that this is key. And again, I want to read a quote from Jim Robb, who's the general manager of the Friends of the Rouge Watershed, who said on December 8th, 2016, ecological integrity, is it justified? Of course it is. This is one of the most biodiverse areas in all of Canada. Yes, there will be challenges. Yes, this is an aspirational goal, but we can do it. The diversity is so great here, and the potential is so high, that we should choose no other goal than what has been put forward before you. So during the Q&A, if there's a focus on that, I'd be interested to hear, especially those who have a concern about it. Again, I'm not an expert, but everything from sort of a layperson's point of view looks like this is a good thing, that this is one of the things that we should be most pleased about. And I think it's also worth mentioning, Speaker, as I wind up my remarks, that the previous government again, tried to play a little bit of a shell game by announcing they were going to do this park, but then they didn't provide the protection that was necessary, not even to the point where the provincial government would be willing to turn over their lands to the federal government and put it under the umbrella of the national park system. And so one of the things that this bill does, in fact, the primary thing this bill does, is to bring into force a number of those protections and supports for the park that would then meet the minimum standard of the provincial government in Queen's Park, so they could feel comfortable knowing that the standards they had in place would at least be met or exceeded by the new federal. And so to that degree, we do acknowledge that this is a good bill. We supported it at second reading, took it to committee, didn't get everything we wanted, but on balance, we are prepared to support this bill. We think it's a good thing, and it is worth pointing out, you know, a bit of the shell game that the last government played, and we saw a lot of that, where they would announce things, but if you have a look underneath the shell, there's no P there, and you look under all three shells, there's still no P there. The fact of the matter is that the government was trying to make it look like they were tree huggers, and in reality, all they were doing was building a cardboard cutout, like a Hollywood movie set of a park, rather than doing the full-blown measure that needs to be taken, which we find here in Bill C-18. And so, again, that's why I'm willing to support it. I certainly hope that no one thinks that this is trivialized, but I still would have liked an opportunity to talk about some of those other issues. But I'll look for those opportunities when they're in order, Madam Speaker, so that so I can be consistent with the rules. But at the end of the day, let me just say that this is completing a job that the previous government started, and we are pleased to be here to support this and see the proper thing done with this park and with this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member, the honourable parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this is a good news bill. For those individuals that truly care and want to be engaged in Canada's national park, one can not only be, I suspect, happy in terms of here we have a bill that millions of Canadians are really going to be able to benefit in a very tangible way. And I want to just, applaud all of those that were involved in it. There's a great sense of Canadian pride that we have in our national parks and historical sites. I think of Birds Hill Park, our other national parks in the province of Manitoba, even the Forks in downtown Winnipeg. We have millions of Canadians that participate in our parks and historical sites every year. And when we take a look at what this particular bill does, is it really provides so much in terms of future generations and today for people to have access in that Toronto and surrounding area to a wonderful, beautiful national park. And to that end, would my colleague across the way not agree that Canadians as a whole benefit when we have legislation of this nature which reinforces the importance of our national parks and historical sites?
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
We got to mark this moment down because I am going to agree with the honourable member. I do think this is a good day, and I think it's a good bill, and I think it's an important issue, and we're pleased to support it. Again, we would hope that this is only the beginning, that it's not just meant to be some storefront issue, that there's going to be a lot more attention in this area, but we have high hopes. But to answer the member's question, yes, we should all be proud of the fact that we have this new designation. And let me just say, notwithstanding kind of the shots I took at the previous government, virtually every, well, it's only been the two of you, but every party that's been in power, has contributed somewhat to the national park system. And I know that there are conservative leaders that have made their mark in this area. The Libs have done it in the past. They do it again today. So to answer to the honourable member, yes, the government is doing a good thing with this bill. This makes Canada a better place, and we in the third party are pleased to support it.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton Griesbach.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I couldn't let that shot go without doing a return shot for the member of Hamilton Centre, where he was talking about a majority government. Our previous government at winning a majority at 39%, and somehow that not being fair. I'm wondering whether he thinks it's fair that the very regressive tax and spend NDP government in Alberta is truly representative of the people, considering they have, I think, about 55 of 87 seats with about 41% of the vote.
Well, yes?
Just a minute. Just 1 second, please. Point of order for the member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Madam, just a repeat of what I had said earlier, relevancy is very important in this debate, and this debate is about the Rouge Park and the other amendments to the Parks Act, and it's about C-18 and not other irrelevant issues that are not relevant to this discussion.
I appreciate the point of order, and that's exactly what I was having the conversation with the clerk about. The relevancy of the question had nothing to do with the bill itself, and so I will go to a different question and comment section. So the questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Madam, and to my colleagues, this is a very important bill to my community, to the people of Scarborough Rouge Park, and to the people of Scarborough, and I believe to the people of Canada as well. So I do want my friends opposite to take this discussion seriously and to focus on the debate. There are a number of other amendments to other legislation as well that's also important to different communities and to Canadians as a whole. If there's other discussion, I'm sure that can be taken at some other forum and some other time. My question to my friend is really about the ecological integrity. How important is it for new parks to come in Canada under the Parks Act to adhere to ecological integrity that will ensure that future generations will be able to enjoy and to be able to benefit from the immense parks that we have in Canada, not just the traditional ones, but also new and emerging parks like urban parks.
Our member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let me just again underscore, I can understand why the honourable member is proud. He should be proud, and it's quite an achievement for him that he's able to deliver this. He asked about the integrity, ecological integrity, and again, you know, I got to get a bit of a habit of giving Liberals credit here today. I got to get out of that. But I mean, I do give the provincial government their kudos too for refusing to water down the importance of ecological integrity in terms of the protections that would be brought to this new national park. And as I understand it, the federal government, the previous government, did not bring forward the kind of protections that meet or exceed those that were there in place from the provincial government. And the provincial government was not about to let go of their area of responsibility until they knew that it was going to go somewhere where it would be protected. So I think the province played their role, and I think that this House is now playing its role in bringing this about. And I congratulate again the honourable member in getting this up so early in their government mandate. You got lots of householder material here for bringing and bragging.
Comments, questions, et commentaires. The honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Madam Speaker, and once again I'm going to speak a little bit about my own riding. My riding, like that I've been telling you more recently, that I like to call it the Promised Land, and again this bill is very fitting in that it covers a piece of promised land up in northern Alberta in the Woodlands National Park there, and I was just wondering if my fellow colleague there had some comments about that aspect of the bill. I heard a lot about the Rouge Park and ecological integrity and things like that. But I'm just wondering if he has any words for the chief of the Little Red River First Nation, Gus Loonskin, and the future as we see it from here. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Speaker. I listened carefully. I confess I'm not 100% sure what the question is, but let me say this. I think he was asking about how much support and enthusiasm we might give to parks in the members' area or ecological issues that are part of the bill. I know, and I'm saying to you that I think that's an important part of it too. Well, look, it's about his motherhood of bill. I mean, I don't know. Did you want to fight about it? We can have a fight, but I don't know what we fight about. We'll
remind the member for Hamilton Centre that he's to address the question to the chair and not to individual members. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable.
The honourable member for Rimouski-Neja-Témiscouata-Basque.
And thanks to my colleague from the Hamilton Centre for actually a very relevant intervention. When we actually debated this bill in the last Parliament, and I was here, it was under the name C40, we actually opposed the bill. I'm not sure, I think the Liberals might have opposed it as well. And that was because there were insufficient protections, such as the lack of this ecological integrity aspect to the bill. Now, the member actually made a relevant comment in terms of the composition of this House. You know that we are under first past the post. The Conservatives didn't need to come to the NDP or to the Liberals to actually have it passed. And so it passed, even though all the other parties were opposed to it. Now we have a bill which I believe is a demonstration that consensus can actually take place in this House among the various parties on a specific issue. Now, we are in a position where this bill was drafted in a way that we could support it, but with a proportional system, it's going to be making it more mandatory, if you want, for a bill to pass, to actually get that type of consensus. So I wanted to give the member a chance to make that correlation between the voting system under which we are and the type of legislation, such as this one, that can get large consensus in the House.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's an excellent point, because it suggests that in the last House, that had the government, the previous government, wanted to get their bill through, they would have likely had to get the support from one of the other parties, and the condition for that support might have been the ecological integrity issue that is sort of germane and the central focal point of C18. So it is an important issue to keep in mind, especially when we know from polling that Canadians really want us to try to work together as much as we can, but this system doesn't lend itself to that. And if we had proportional representation, it would actually force us to find ways to work together, as they do in most of the other modern democracies around the world. Most of them have gone to PR. And if you take a look at New Zealand, there's a reason why they went there, and then they reviewed it after a few elections, and they stayed with it. And it really is that fundamental issue, as my friend has mentioned, it's that fundamental issue of having to put a little bit of water in your wine to get support from others, which at the end of the day could have given us this park under one bill and saved us a whole lot of time, been far more efficient, and the people in the Toronto area could have enjoyed this park much sooner.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Sorry, there's no time for answers on this here. I just want to know, is the member getting up on debate? Okay. Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Madam Speaker, I'm the member for Scarborough Rouge Park, as the bill says. I'm very proud to stand here today once again in support of Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, Canada National Parks Act, Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Rouge National Urban Park Act. I want to thank my colleagues for their interventions this afternoon, and certainly in the previous occasions of the House, as well as the hard work of the committee that's brought this forward to us in such a short period of time. I will focus my discussion today primarily on the Rouge National Urban Park, as it is very relevant to the riding that I represent, the riding of Scarborough Rouge Park. So for obvious reasons, I will limit my intervention to the Rouge Park. Parks Canada has had decades of experience in applying ecological integrity in a variety of protected areas, each with its own unique needs and set of circumstances. In considering the addition of ecological integrity to the Rouge National Urban Park, I'm confident that Parks Canada can and will bring the experience to bear in the Rouge, while respecting the park's urban setting and its reasons for establishment. Allow me to begin by quoting the amendment proposed for Section 2 of the Rouge National Urban Park Act. Ecological integrity means, with respect to the park, a condition that is determined to be characteristic of its natural region and likely to persist, including abiotic components and the composition and abundance of native species and biological communities, rates of change, and supporting processes. As this definition makes clear, ecological integrity involves a holistic and comprehensive view. By viewing ecological integrity as a continuum and adopting a similar approach as that taken by its partners in the Greater Toronto Area, Parks Canada will be able to apply ecological integrity across the park's diverse landscapes to achieve the best ecological outcomes possible, while at the same time ensuring an integrated approach to the conservation of nature, culture, and agriculture. Essentially, Bill C-18 would require Parks Canada to manage Rouge National Urban Park in a way that appropriately considers living things, the urban park's flora and fauna, along with the inanimate things like land and water. In addition, its management would also have to consider the dynamics of ecosystems, how they change, and what drives their evolution. Placing the first priority on ecological integrity in this way is not new. Of course, Parks Canada is already required by law to place the first priority on ecological integrity, the management of traditional national parks. Rouge National Urban Park, however, represents an entirely new concept for Canada to create, protect, and present natural, cultural, and agricultural heritage in a park that lies next to Canada's largest city and metropolitan area. Incidentally, the park is accessible to 7 million people within a 1-hour driving distance. And as indicated by our minister, it's also accessible by public transport. Rouge National Urban Park represents a bold step forward for Canada. To get a better sense of this, one need only look back at the history of protected areas in this country. In 1885, the Government of Canada demonstrated great vision by creating and protecting our country's first national park, today known as Banff National Park. The decision to create one of the world's first national parks was a bold and progressive move by a young country. The idea that elements of our natural and cultural heritage are inherently valuable and worthy of protection for future generations remains just as powerful today, especially as we celebrate our 150th birthday. Just as significant, however, was Canada's decision to make national parks accessible for all Canadians and not just a privileged few. This policy remains relevant today, albeit challenging because of the inherent challenge in preserving elements of a dynamic ecosystem while making those elements accessible to visitors. In 1911, Canada created an organization originally known as the Dominion Parks Branch, now the Parks Agency of Canada, to handle this work and to develop the expertise needed to do it well. Over the years, Canada created more national parks and developed world-leading expertise in how to plan, manage, and program them. Today, Parks Canada actively promotes wildlife in places that attract hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. This work requires innovation, scientific research, and a great deal of fieldwork. It also requires making tough decisions, managing the relationships between species, and deciding when to intervene and when not to intervene in balance. It's a balancing act. Another important milestone that informs the creation and management of Rouge National Urban Park was the establishment of the National Historic Sites Program more than a century ago. With this program, Canada began to protect and present elements of our history. At the time, it was also seen as a bold step forward. Today, Parks Canada manages 171 national historic sites, such as former forts, towns, and fur trading posts. By preserving and presenting elements of our history, Parks Canada helps Canadians and visitors to this country appreciate our rich and unique heritage. Canada's decision to establish a national marine conservation areas in 1987 further enabled the protection and promotion of Canada's natural and cultural heritage, and was another bold decision that demonstrated international conservation vision and leadership. Over time, ecological values have increasingly merged with heritage values. This is particularly true with Rouge National Urban Park, a place that includes some of the oldest Indigenous sites in Canada, along with first-class agricultural land that has been farmed continuously for centuries. It is also home to rare Carolinian forest, wetlands, and meadows that provide habitat to over 1,700 species of plants and animals, some of them at risk of extinction. With each new milestone, Parks Canada has taken on greater responsibility and acquired new levels of expertise and experience. It was forged valuable partnerships with external organizations, including Indigenous partners, community groups, volunteers, and local residents. One of the strongest examples of successful partnership is the Guayhanas National Marine Conservation Area Reserve and Haida Heritage Site, located on the very edge of the Pacific continental shelf on Canada's west coast. The lands and waters of the Guayhanas have long been celebrated for their stunning beauty and remarkable biodiversity. From its temperate rainforest to the surrounding marine waters, the archipelago is a place of great cultural and ecological significance, and a sacred place where the land, sea, and people have always been inseparable. In 2010, the Guayhanas became the first site in the world protected from mountain summit to deep ocean floor. The Archipelago Management Board, with representatives of the Council of the Haida Nation and the Government of Canada, managed the site cooperatively. When Guayhanas was established, Guajav, president of the Haida Nation, described it this way, and I quote, "This is a changing of the tides. As we come to appreciate the fragile and precious nature of our marine areas, we will begin to give the necessary attention to look after and restore our oceans." Madam Speaker, the historical context I have described is crucial in making a reasoned decision about Bill C-18. The management of national parks, national historic sites, and national marine conservation areas continue to evolve, and yet a management approach based on ecological integrity continues to be in the best interest of Canadians and our collective heritage. Parks Canada is a world leader in applying this approach. A few years ago, the World Wildlife Fund International awarded Parks Canada a gift to the earth, the organization's top accolade for conservation work of outstanding global merit. The award recognizes inspiring leadership and conservation achievement that contributes to protecting the living planet. Bill C-18 would give Parks Canada the authority to follow the same management approach that it uses in traditional national parks in Rouge National Urban Park to make them accessible and memorable for visitors while protecting their integrity. Management decision-making will take ecological integrity as the first priority, while also considering the reason for the park's establishment. The authority is granted under the Act and support for the park's objectives. To describe it another way, ecological integrity is the goal of Parks Canada. Managing visitor experience, educational programming, and ecosystems is a process used to get there. Canada remains at the forefront of efforts to conserve elements of its heritage, flora, fauna, and landscapes. Placing the first priority on ecological integrity in the management of the Rouge National Urban Park will ensure that this country furthers its international leadership in conservation. Working in collaboration with environmental groups, farmers, Indigenous people, and other stakeholders, I'm confident that Parks Canada will work to achieve ecological gains and conserve cultural and agricultural resources throughout the park. Madam Speaker, I want to take a few minutes to really thank and acknowledge the number of different people and individuals and organizations that have really helped us to get to this point today. And I want to really start with with the many levels of government and leaders from different governments for their great work, including our Minister of Environment and Climate Change, as well as the provincial ministers who have been involved in this, including the Honourable Brad Dogood. I want to start by also acknowledging Lois James, who is long considered to be the mother of the Rouge, who for over 50 years has worked to advocate for this vision. And in 2003, she was acknowledged with the Order of Canada for her great service to this country. The Rouge remains a life work of many different individuals, and I'll be remiss if I don't acknowledge the work of the Friends of the Rouge, who were mentioned earlier by my colleagues, including Jim Robb, Kevin O'Connor, and Gloria Resner, for their continued advocacy on this, including advocacy as late as half an hour ago. So I do really appreciate their interventions and their continuous work on this. Certainly CPAWS and Janice Sumner, who's taken great leadership in bringing this together, along with her other environmental colleagues. I think it's quite important for them to get together and be part of coming up with the amendment, as well as the farmers who for over 200 years have farmed the areas. There are a number of family farms that have existed in the area for over 2 centuries, and really they've played a very important role in coming to the table and coming to consensus on Bill C-18. Many local organizations have a vested stake in this, including the West Rouge Community Organization, the Centennial Community and Recreational Association, and the Highland Creek Community Association, who are all part of my riding, but also who've been impacted by the Rouge Park. There are a number of other organizations that precede me, including Save the Rouge Coalition, that I think 30 years ago basically set up and started their great work in achieving this dream. I know my honourable friend, just the previous speaker, spoke about how he can get a little park in his community of Hamilton into a national park by a tick mark, and unfortunately it's not that simple. It is because all of these people have worked so hard under tremendous odds to get to this point. I mean, just to put it in perspective, the land we're talking about in terms of the provincial land alone is about 25 square kilometers. Once completed, the entire park is about 79 square kilometers. The cost of a bungalow in parts of this riding are in excess of $1 million. So if you look at the enormous pushback from developers and from other interested parties in stopping this over the last 3 decades was immense, and these people withstood it. So I'm really gratified and humbled by the great work that they've done over this time. Of course, my good friend and colleague, the member for Scarborough-Guildwood, who used to represent parts of the park, but who's a great advocate on this. I really wish to acknowledge him, and our Minister of Environment and Climate Change once again, and her team, who have worked so hard in such a short period of time to make sure that this becomes a Canada 150 gift for the people of Scarborough and for the people of Toronto and for the people of Canada. So I want to really thank her and her team for this enormous work. Finally, to all my colleagues here who have spoken and who continue to express concerns, but also express support for this, I want to thank you. This really should be a cross-party line issue where we are creating, we are solidifying a vision of the community that's come together for the last 30, 40 years in a way that we're preserving for future generations. And I think we will look back on it in a number of years with great pride to see what a great Canada 150 gift we've given to our country. With that, Madam Speaker, I want to acknowledge that we are on the traditional lands of the Algonquin people, and to thank you and all my colleagues for their efforts this afternoon. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for his speech. It must be great to have such a wonderful park in his riding. And I wanted to clarify my understanding for the member of Hamilton. I don't think, like, the park is already open, is my understanding. So we're not talking about a delay in the project. We're talking about the final transfer of a parcel of land from the Wynne Liberals for the low, low price of $100 million. But on the subject of ecological integrity, I just want to have the government be on record on 2 points that I'm concerned about. You know, ecological integrity sounds like a planet-friendly word, but my understanding is that if fire or flood would break out in the park, that the government will intervene, which is not what's typically understood in ecological integrity, and also that farmers will continue to be able to farm as they are farming now, which is not also guaranteed by that term. So I just would love to have the government put that on record. Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my friend for her intervention. With respect to the issue of ecological integrity, it is front and center, and I re-emphasize it in my speech. All national parks in Canada have, the Parks Canada has a mandate to ensure ecological integrity as front and center of its management plan. There's no difference here. The only difference is that we are talking about an area that is somewhat developed around. I live very close to the park. I know there's a hospital, there's a highway going through it, there are railway lines, there's a number of different communities that surround it. And it's very, very similar, I think, to Banff National Park, where there is an element of development there. What is important is that when we look at the future, environmental ecological integrity is front and center, which means that yes, if there is a fire, they will have to, we will have to send a fire department to put out the fire, as your colleague from Barrie Innisfil said earlier. Those are things that are part of the reality of the area that we're talking about. We're talking about one of the, from a real estate dollar perspective, is one of the highest, areas in the country. So it will definitely do those things, but at the same time, have ecological integrity as front and center.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his speech. I have the Fjord du Saguenay National Park in my riding. It's kilometres and kilometres that enable us to see the fjord, the area. Winter sports are practiced there, summer sports, etc. So that's very important. And they have, in fact, applied for UNESCO recognition. And that will bring in a considerable influx of tourists to the area with a designation. So I hope we'll get some good news on that for that recognition. My question to the member opposite is, will they honor their commitment? Now, we're talking about the Rouge National Park, but it's also important for the ecology, for the forest, for the wetlands, to have very strict and concrete measures in place to protect them.
Park?
I thank my friend for that question, and certainly congratulate her on hopefully achieving the UNESCO designation as a World Heritage Site. But with respect to the Rouge, I mean, it's pretty clear that ecological integrity is essential, and that's what this bill envisions, and this is a commitment that we made, and it's a commitment that we're delivering on, Madam Speaker.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough, for Peace River Westlock.
That's it, Madam Speaker. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate this bill because it gives me another opportunity to speak about my riding, and as I like to call it, the Promised Land. And so I was just wondering from the honourable member, seeing as he seems to have had quite a hand in drafting this bill, I was just wondering on the process of what they went through in order to develop taking the little piece out of the national park up in northern Alberta and handing it over to the local First Nation. I'm just wondering if you can outline a little bit of the process that went into that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
I'd like to thank my friend for those comments and question. Certainly, Promised Land goes way beyond just northern Alberta. I think it goes from coast to coast to coast in the country that we live in. But certainly we have more promised lands in our ridings perhaps than others. In terms of, my advocacy has been limited to the Rouge Park, and admittedly because of the area I represent and my particular interest in ensuring that this becomes a Canada 150 outcome for us. With respect to the amendments that will affect my friend's riding in Peace River Westlaw, it really is an issue of reconciliation, is to ensure that we transfer over lands that will enhance the First Nations community in his riding and certainly to support the overall process of doing justice by our Indigenous peoples.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may, just to commend the member from Scarborough Rouge Park for the fantastic work that he has been in terms of that advocate. I couldn't help but notice, whether it was in second reading, committee stage, third reading, the members' engagement on this particular piece of legislation. It's quite obvious that he's very passionate about not only the bill, but more specifically the park itself. So I just wanted to congratulate him on doing such a fantastic job in being a strong advocate. And when I think of our national parks, I made reference to it earlier, there is a great sense of pride in our national parks and historical sites. And maybe if I could just ask the member if he could provide some thoughts in terms of how it is that our parks and historical sites is a part of our heritage. And we should go out and promote and encourage the public to get engaged in our parks. Whether it's an urban park, rural park, all parks are good parks.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank my friend for those kind words and those comments. The Rouge Park is very personal to the people who live in the community, who live around the park, and to the people of Scarborough. Many of us have spent our great moments there. We've, my daughters, for example, have planted trees. Last fall during Thanksgiving, we were out for a hike. I know my friend from Guildwood said the same thing about his family during Thanksgiving. So it's a very personal thing. It's not something, it's not many people can't say we had a role in shaping our national park or a national park. And I think a lot of kids who live in my riding, but also around Scarborough can say that. So it's very personal, and I think that maybe that impact may be coming out in the way we're presenting the need for this legislation, but it does really animate the great deal of pride in all of us, because not just as a representative of Scarborough Rouge Park, but all of us as colleagues here who are looking at Canada's 150 and saying, what a gift to Canada that we can give on its 150th birthday.
Comments, questions et commentaires. We have time for a brief question. The Honourable Member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and once again I'd like to thank the interventions of my colleague from Rouge Park. Him and I have met on several occasions. We sit on committee together, but then we also seem to run into each other at events. So we seem to have a lot of similar interests around the world, and it's just interesting that we both end up on a similar bill. Parts of our ridings, even though we're vast 3,000 kilometers between our ridings, we seem to be on the same thing more often. So my question to the honourable colleague is how come this little piece of the bill never ended up in the name of the bill? Thank you.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park, a very brief answer, please.
I thank my friend for that, and yes, we do end up spending a lot of time together on our committee work. Look, what's important is the content of the bill, and the content of the bill in C-18 covers a range of issues, including what's relevant in my riding, which is to ensure ecological integrity and amendments to the Rouge National Park Act, as well as important initiatives that will ensure that we're towards a path of reconciliation in my friend's riding of Peace River West Line. I think that's what's important. I don't think titles are essential. I think what's important is the outcome, and I think we have the desired outcome that we want. And as Canadians and as parliamentarians, sitting on this 150th birthday year, this is a great way to celebrate our progress.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Well, thank you very much. I rise today to speak about Bill C-18, an act to amend the Rouge National Urban Park Act, the Parks Canada Agency Act, and the Canada National Parks Act. I'd like to begin by thanking the member for Thornhill for his work on this very important file. Madam Speaker, I represent a riding that is rich in its people and its nature. While I may not have any federal parks in my area, Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock is full of smaller provincial parks as well as many municipal parks and various rest stops. Places like Algonquin Park, the Haliburton Forest and Wildlife Reserve, Emily and Balsam Lake Provincial Parks, just to name a few. We also are home to the Trent Severn Waterway, a Parks Canada managed series of historic locks and canals that run 386 kilometres from Lake Huron on Port Severn to Lake Ontario in Trenton. To this day, the Trent Severn Waterway continues to create unique experiences. It drives year-round tourism to my riding. Villages such as Bobcaygeon and Fenland Falls thrive because of it. Many in this place, maybe from Ontario, have heard of Bigley's and Bobcaygeon. It's where many credit cards get fired up because they have pretty unique stuff, and people travel from all over just to visit that place, and it's pretty amazing. And if you haven't, I encourage everyone in this place and around Canada to come to my riding and see the beauty that is there. We also have people from the Greater Toronto area and beyond flocking to the Haliburton Highlands and Kawartha Lakes to enjoy the beautiful lakes and rivers. Many of it, not just in the summer when the weather is gorgeous and you're able to get on your boat or just float in your canoe, but also with snowmobiling and many other outdoor activities in the winter. We do have a bit of everything, and I know my friend from Peace River Westlock has said his is paradise. I actually disagree with my friend.
Promised Land.
The Promised Land, I'm sorry. I would say that Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock is in fact where it's going to be, and I'm sure my... and Winnipeg North. I'm sorry, yes, Winnipeg North, I'm sure, is beautiful as well. And I'm sure my friend from Perry Sound Muskoka would tend to disagree with me as well. But I'll see him this weekend at the Dorset Snowball and the Winter Carnival. And he and I will continue that debate for sure. But when the Trent Severn Waterways locks and canals open each spring, it links a passageway so magnificent it has been named one of the finest interconnected systems of navigation in the world. And those who visit, as I've mentioned, reminisce long after leaving. In fact, the previous Conservative government invested $250 million for greatly needed infrastructure improvements along that Trent Severn waterway. It was then followed by another $260 million by the current government to meet the demand for improvements along the system, and I thank them for continuing to recognize that need. So when I say, Speaker, that I understand the importance of securing these natural treasures, I speak from experience because my riding, like I said, does have the Trent Severn Waterway, a National Historic Site. Speaker, do not misunderstand me. I'm happy to see this bill before Parliament. It will continue to build on the strong record of our previous Conservative government, ensuring the protection and long-term availability of these pieces of our valuable heritage. In fact, in barely 10 years, we as a Parliament protected areas by almost 60% with new national parks, new national park reserves, and marine protected areas, including additions such as Sauble Island. We also introduced the Lake Simcoe Cleanup Fund, championed by the member from York Simcoe, which has greatly benefited Brock Township and my riding with improved shorelines and cleaner water. Before we can get into details of the discussion over this piece of legislation, let's first take a look at the park itself. The Rouge National Urban Park was created in 2015, May 15th to be exact, when our previous Conservative government passed C-40, an act respecting the Rouge National Urban Park. Bill C-40, built on the 2011 speech from the throne, when our government committed $143.7 million over 10 years to the creation of Rouge National Urban Park. Rouge Valley stretches from the shores of Lake Ontario to the Oak Ridges Moraine, more than 20 kilometers to the north. Due to this geographic location, it has been a subject of a significant amount of human interaction and activity. The area is home to some First Nation sites, but also a landfill, a wrecker's yard, and is surrounded by urban development, not to mention the hydro lines, railway lines, highways, and smaller roads. And as we all know in this House, urban developments, like what I've just mentioned, comes at a price to our natural environment. It is therefore so important the need for rapid action on this file, which brings me to my next point, and probably the most troubling aspect of this bill. Bill C-18 can be used as political cover by the federal Liberals for their provincial colleagues. The Ontario Liberal government did not transfer the provincial portion of the lands before the 2015 election. Now, Speaker, I'm no fan of the Wynne government to begin with. Across Ontario, families are having to decide whether to heat their homes to pay their rent. Communities are facing extremely high hydro prices. I mentioned today the community of Millbrook and Cavan Monaghan. A hydro bill in December of over $11,000. And when you compare that to a community in New York State, the bill was just over $5,000. Now, we all know this gets picked up by one person, and that one person is the taxpayer. And they are continually being taken money out of their pocket and having to do more with less. So this is something I hear every day from my constituents. And these tax increases brought on by both the provincial Liberal government here in Ontario and federally are furthering the struggle of many of these families. Unfortunately, C-18 does not include the transfer of parklands that were expropriated by the federal Liberals in the early 1970s for an airport that has yet to be built. It also neglects to include the additional $26.8 million over 6 years and $3 million annually thereafter in funding that our Conservative government previously announced. Another of the most concerning parts of this legislation is the inclusion of the term ecological integrity. Now, I'm not a professional environmentalist or conservationist, but if Parks Canada disagreed with the ecological integrity designation, as it is an unrealistic approach to an urban park, I see no valid reason why it should be included in this legislation. The environmentalist definition of ecological integrity would imply letting forest fires burn, floods to run their course, and wildlife survival without human intervention. This aspect of letting fires burn and floods run their course is an important part of environmental sustainability. It is very important for more remote and underdeveloped pieces of land. This is quite the opposite of Rouge, Madam Speaker. It sits along residential neighborhoods, has power lines, highways, pipeline across various parts of it, and working farmland, a former landfill dump site, and an old auto wrecker's yard, all within its borders. If there was a forest fire or flood, would Parks Canada be required just to let that happen? We're talking about letting a forest fire burn in the GTA. A fire or a flood in an urban area, I don't think we can just let that happen. I'm hoping members opposite do see this as an issue and try to make corrections. So as all members in this place know, it is becoming more and more difficult to find and protect fertile farmland. In my riding, some of the most fertile land. In some areas, farmland is being used for wind turbines and solar farms. Thanks to Premier Kathleen Wynne, I think all of us in Ontario know too fondly of that. Her disastrous energy policy has meant some of the highest energy prices in North America. For the people and businesses in Ontario being forced to pay these rates, their policies have in my riding, these policies have pitted neighbor against neighbor, friend against friend, as wind turbines were put up in Manvers Township despite widespread disapproval from the local council and its citizens living in that area. So I find it very concerning that this government has decided on including ecological integrity, which puts these farmers at risk, even after Parks Canada recommended against it, Madam Speaker. Ecological integrity as the primary guiding principle for the park is an unrealistic measure for an urban park, which was established to introduce urban Canadians to nature, local culture, and agriculture as the first of its kind in Canada. Madam Speaker, I'd like to quote from my honourable colleague, the member for Thornhill, who said, "It is both a delight and a disappointment to join this debate on Bill C-18 today. It is a delight because it offers a wonderful opportunity to celebrate again the magnificent accomplishments of Parks Canada and the agency's pioneering protection and innovative conservation of precious Canadian spaces for the past 125 years. It is a disappointment because the amending legislation before us contains a sad and unacceptable compromise of Parks Canada's conservation principles and practices, a compromise clearly intended by the Liberal government to provide federal political party cover for the petty partisan obstructionism of the Ontario Liberal government in its refusal to transfer provincial lands to our Conservative government to complete the magnificent new Rouge National Urban Park." I think that my colleagues' comments express my very similar views on this issue. Rouge National Park is a first of its kind for Canada. It gives Canadians in Toronto and the GTA to experience what we in the Kawarthas and Haliburton Highlands and Brock Township have the opportunity to experience each and every day. It is therefore crucial that we ensure legislation is there properly and is properly drafted to secure this park for many generations to come. I'd also like to take a moment to thank all of the employees of Parks Canada for the hard work they do each and every day, protecting our natural heritage and ensuring that future generations will be able to enjoy it, just as we have. And I'd like to say I do have a remarkable working relationship with the Parks Canada team in my riding of Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. We have a great team run out of the Parks Canada office, running the Trent Severn Waterway in Peterborough. We have amazing canals and locks, as I mentioned before. But I do want to make a quick promotion of my riding because it's a pretty neat experience coming up in 2017. Because of Canada's thank you very much. To celebrate Canada's 150th anniversary, there is now free lockage along Parks Canada's historic canals. And I invite everyone to come along and go along the Trent Severn Waterway and visit the communities that are there and check out the stores that are along there and the unique cafes and restaurants and all the amazing things that we have. So again, lockage free for boaters this year to celebrate Canada's 150th. So again, please drop by. And I should point out the hours of operation because those are very important. It opens May 19th to June 25th, Monday to Thursday, 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., and Friday to Saturday, Victoria Day as well, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And that's there is. I'll get to that in a second. The member from Edmonton. I'll get to that in a second there. Should also point out that June 26th to September 4th, Monday to Thursday, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., Friday to Sunday, and Canada Day, the August Civic Holiday, and Labor Day, 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. And it goes, it's open right until Thanksgiving. So I encourage, again, everyone to drop by my riding because it's a place that will create memories for years to come. And because I'm sure many of you are very interested, I will give a bit of the history of the Trent Severn Waterway because we're talking about Parks Canada and National Parks, the National Historic Site. The canal was originally surveyed as a military route, but the first lock was actually built in 1833 as a commercial venture. This connected a number of lakes and rivers near the center of the waterway, opening a large area to navigation by steamship. Construction of 3 additional locks by the government was underway when the Upper Canada Rebellion of 1837 broke out. This led the government to re-examine the project, concluding that the route would have too many locks to allow rapid movement for military purposes. They decided that the locks under construction would be completed, but the rest could be turned into timber slides. This left the completed inland section with no outlet, which business interests addressed by connecting the route with a number of new toll roads, plank roads, and later, railways. Sir John A. Macdonald's government restarted construction in the 1880s, adding a number of new locks and pushing the route westward before construction once again halted. For many years after this, the canal was used as a political tool to garner votes from seats along that route, with little actual construction being carried out. It was not until just before the turn of the century that a number of political changes built up incredible pressure on Wilfrid Laurier's Liberals, and serious work started once again. The canal reached both Peterborough and Lake Simcoe in 1904. The final sections were greatly delayed, though, by World War I, with the link to Trenton opening in 1918, followed by the link to Georgian Bay in early 1920. The first complete transit of the waterway was made in July of that year. By the time the route was completed, its use as a commercial waterway was over. Ships plying the Great Lakes had grown much larger than the canal could handle, and the railways that originally connected the canal now took most of that freight. The introduction of motorboats led to the Trent Severn's emergence as a pleasure boating route, and today, as I mentioned, it's one of Ontario's major tourist attractions. Its passage through cottage country, both in Muskoka in the west, the Kawarth is in the east, makes it perfectly positioned as a cruising route, drawing thousands of visitors each year. It also forms a major portion of the Great Loop. Today, it is officially recognized, as I mentioned, as a historical site of Canada. Its park is operated by Parks Canada, and it's open for navigation from May until October, while its shore lands and bridges are open all year round. Now, Speaker, I should mention that along that Trent Severn waterway, as I mentioned, there are a number of campsites and RV dealers and privately and publicly run campsites. But we all know here that small businesses are the backbone of the Canadian economy. They provide jobs and opportunities from coast to coast to coast. What you may not know, Speaker, speaking of parks, as we go into this, family campground owners have been receiving collection notices from the Canadian Revenue Agency stating they are no longer considered small businesses and now owe the federal government more tax. So we all know that this tax hike puts the entire industry at risk. And these campgrounds cannot afford more taxes and will be forced to lay off staff or even close. Speaker, it's for this reason if it's okay with you, I'd like to mention that I'm sponsoring petition E770, which asks the Minister of Finance to ensure that family-run campgrounds are granted active business status similar to other tourism operators, hotels, motels, and marinas, in order for campground operators to be able to claim the small business tax deduction. Because as we all know in Ontario, when you look at the new tax rules, some are paying 50% or more tax. And we all know, Speaker, as I mentioned, with the Trent Severn Waterway and it being a major tourist destination, if these campgrounds do close, that is going to put a large number of people not only unemployed, but it's also going to have spin-off effects with the supermarket, with the small stores. So the local economy in my area relies heavily on these. And I should point out, Speaker, that these campgrounds, these family-run campgrounds, are not frequented by multimillionaires. These are working people working hard and looking to get away and put their feet up for maybe a week or two on their holidays on the weekend. And if the campground owners are able to keep going, they have to raise that money somehow. So they're going to have to pass the fees on to these people. And with the other tax increases that I mentioned before, that's more and more out of these people's pockets. And how are these middle-class people supposed to continue to pay these fees if they're continually having less and less in their pockets? So, Speaker, this all comes around. This is what we've been talking about. More and more tax and less to get by. And we all know it's not the government that suffers; it's the people. And we need to ensure that more money is in there.
I want to remind the member to bring it back to the discussion of the day, which is the Rouge Park. So I think that would be important.
Coming back around, as I was mentioning, we were going to bring it back and say that with this Rouge National Park, I was comparing the Trent Severn Waterway to this, and I think it's beneficial to all that we have a strong park system, we have green spaces for people to enjoy, especially in urban settings, and that we're able to enjoy nature and all of its benefits. And I believe that those in urban settings like the Greater Toronto area do have access to this national park in the Scarborough area, and we look forward to working with the government on some possible improvements, and look forward to working with the honourable member from Scarborough Rouge Park on this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank my friend for that intervention, and I know I was able to get into his riding several weeks ago, and we were not quite in a park setting, but we visited a correctional institution in his riding, and I want to thank my friend for his hospitality and his friendship there. I would like to get a sense from him. I know he has such a beautiful riding, beautiful landscapes, beautiful parts of Kawartha Lakes that I've spent many summers in. I'd like to get a sense from him as to how that impacts the local community, how having such green space and such open areas affects his community, affects quality of life, and what the people of the GTA can expect having the Rouge National Urban Park within 1 hour for 7 million Canadians.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite from Scarborough Rouge River for all his work on this file. And yes, he was able to come to my riding a few weeks ago. We had great cooperation on a file I think we can make some movement with and help some people in my area and his area, and I look forward to working with him on that file. I do appreciate his friendship on that. As the benefits that I'm sure he will see in his area and beyond his borders that we see here is a great economic driver. Parks Canada operates the Trans-Severn Waterway, as I mentioned, and when you look at what drives the economy in my area, it's agriculture number one and tourism second. And tourism, with its spin-off jobs, are able to provide employment for people, not only through the summer, but also through the winter, because of what the Trans-Severn Waterway provides, and parks and trails and that sort of thing. And we all know sometimes in rural areas that are somewhat remote, it could mean that the winters are long in some places. That's why you need to expand your boundaries and include winter activities to ensure that the economic activity continues and jobs are created and sustained. So I'm sure he will see not only jobs within the park, but also the surrounding jobs, a big benefit to his area and the other ridings around the GTA.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think I want to draw together 2 points from my colleague's speech. And one, of course, the Liberals have been lauding this initiative in terms of the Rouge River National Park. And I agree, it will be a great urban addition, and they're talking about the importance of parks. But, at the same time, they have made some movements in terms of our campgrounds, which, of course, are the way, not only are they small businesses as opposed to a national park that's funded by the government, but they're small businesses that give opportunity for everyday Canadians to enjoy park-like settings. So I would perhaps like him to sort of contrast and comment on the fact that what's happening to our campgrounds is going to perhaps create less campgrounds, drive small people out of business, and ultimately less opportunity for Canadians in terms of enjoying the beautiful nature that we have to offer.
The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do appreciate the question from my friend, and I appreciate her mentioning the issue that is going on with Canada's campgrounds. We all know that the Canada Revenue Agency has decided that they would like to change the way campgrounds are taxed based on the number of full-time employees they have. And it is causing a number of campgrounds to consider whether or not they can continue, or if they do make the decision to continue, how they get that revenue to pay off the government more tax. And in some cases, there are some cases that are documented that the CRA has decided to go back a few years and collect back taxes on something campgrounds had no idea was coming, and it's their fault. But these spin-off jobs, the restaurants, the stores, the shops, these are integral to areas like mine and my friend from British Columbia. So it's imperative that we all take issue with this and really have the CRA look at that decision they made and see how it's probably not in the right direction.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Two things became clear to me as he was speaking, and the first one is that Parks Canada has ecological integrity standards in all their other parks, and so that should be entrenched in their procedures. And with that said, that makes me wonder why we're spending days and days talking about Rouge Park when there's hundreds of thousands of people out of work, where we're trying to react to a Trump presidency, where we've got significant immigration issues, and it just speaks to the weak legislative agenda of this Liberal government, and I wonder if my colleague would agree.
The honourable member for Haliburton-Kawartha Lakes Brock.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend from Sarnia-Lambton. I appreciate all the work she does on her file. She's a great leader within caucus and our team, and she's exactly right. I think a number of businesses around my area are wondering what the future brings. We're looking at possibly a very mixed business atmosphere, especially if the Trump administration holds true with their decision to lower the corporate tax rate to 15%, which matches ours. But where the difference is the state or provincial tax rate are substantially skewed. So that is going to cause severe distortion, as well as the fact that we will now have a national carbon tax where the United States does not, and CPP tax, where it creates a very unlevel playing field. And if businesses are looking to set up, in Ontario, they're also facing some of the highest energy prices in North America. So it's a severe disadvantage when we're talking about luring businesses and jobs, good-paying jobs to this area, if we're not actually continuing to put us on a level playing field and allowing businesses to start up and thrive. But having the benefit of the Trent Severn Waterway in Parks Canada does help my area with the tourism.
It being 1:30, we'll have 4 minutes left, 3.5 minutes left for questions and comments the next time that this subject is before the House. So it being 1:30, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés,
Private members' business.
Reading of Bill C-308 concerning Canadian Broadcasting Corporation Privatization Act, standing in the name of Mr. Trost.
Mr. Trost, seconded by Mr. Verskin, moves that Bill 308, an act to provide for the incorporation of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and to make consequential amendments to other acts, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise in the House today to introduce my bill, one that the concept has been talked about for a long time by various members, predominantly on this side of the House. And I want to pay a special note to our late former Finance Minister, Jim Flaherty, who I actually had approached on this subject a few times in the past. And he had talked to me about how it was one of his wishes actually to privatize the CBC. And Jim and I discussed it, and we know Prime Minister Harper he had certain feelings on this, even though he never acted on it. So it's something that many Conservatives have talked about for a long time, and it's one of my motivations for getting the debate going on this. Because this is a large institution in our country's history, an expensive institution, and therefore, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we discuss this and begin to decide what the future is. So that is my basic background before I get into my more prepared remarks. So, Madam Speaker, I rise today to speak in favor of Bill C-308, an act to privatize the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. And perhaps the best place to start my remarks today is to emphasize what this legislation does not propose. This bill does not propose to do away with the CBC. It does not propose to dismantle it, reform it, replace it, otherwise tinker with it in other ways. What this bill actually proposes to do is very simple. It proposes to privatize the CBC, thereby relieving taxpayers of the burden of subsidizing it, freeing it from the amateur influence of meddling politicians and government bureaucrats, and giving average Canadians the opportunity to freely choose whether or not to participate in its ownership by purchasing shares and exercising the rights and privileges that come with ownership. But this bill does more than that. It lays out a responsible plan, a roadmap, if you will, on how this can be done. Madam Speaker, the CBC was first established in the early 1930s by a Conservative government, it should be noted, R.B. Bennett, as a way of bringing Canadians together when broadcasting was still in its infancy. At the time, the sheer size of Canada, the relative sparseness of its population, and the remoteness of many of its communities made direct participation of the government in the project a necessity. Those days are long since past. For decades, privately owned and operated radio and television broadcasts have been providing precisely the same services that CBC was created to provide. Today, there are 3 networks with very professional broadcast news services, plus the host of excellent English and regional French news operations. On top of the news provided by each of these networks, there are 3 full-time cable news channels. These entities have demonstrated that state ownership and taxpayer support of a national broadcaster is largely unnecessary. And with the emergence and growing availability of the internet and satellite communications, that need has been reduced to absolutely zero. Let me be clear, this bill is not a reflection of the quality of CBC's products. Everyone in the House will have an opinion about that. Some will be very supportive, while others very critical. None of this matters, though, because the focus of Bill C-308 is neither the character of the CBC nor the quality of its products and services. The focus of this bill is the CBC status as a state-owned entity and its consequent costs to taxpayers. Let's take a few minutes to discuss those costs. Each year, taxpayers provide the CBC with more than $1 billion in subsidies. That is in addition to the approximately $600 million a year in revenue it receives from subscribers through cable companies and advertisers, including, among other advertisers, the Government of Canada and other governments. Last November, the CBC delivered a position paper to the government proposing that its television operations become ad-free and that $500 million be added to its current annual appropriation to make up for the anticipated shortfall in revenue. That would make the CBC's annual cost to taxpayers more than $1.5 billion. Imagine what $1.5 billion a year could do. Instead, we are using that money to ensure that the CBC continues to provide allegedly vital services to Canadians. But here's my challenge to those who make that claim. Name one service, vital or otherwise, that the CBC provides that is not provided by other broadcasters or through other media, such as the internet or the satellite. The answer, Madam Speaker, is none. Even the Minister of Canadian Heritage's own briefing book admits that the CBC Radio Canada's Indigenous language broadcasts that are in 8 Aboriginal languages would be better produced and managed by First Nations peoples themselves. Page 133 of the Minister's briefing book admits that the Truth and Reconciliation Commission prefers that Aboriginal language initiatives, that is, the production and broadcast of radio content in Indigenous languages, are, and I quote, best managed by Aboriginal peoples and communities. But what about developing Canadian speakers, Canadian talents, some people may say? Madam Speaker, the truth is that contrary to popular belief, the CBC does very little, virtually nothing, to develop Canadian talent. Consider, for example, the popular series, Murdoch Mysteries. Wonderful entertainment, I'm told, though to be in truth, and I perhaps should apologize for this, I've never seen the program. The CBC has made a great deal in the past of how it made this highest-rated Canadian-produced show in the country. This may be. But conveniently forgotten in that narrative is that Murdoch Mysteries was developed and produced by Shaftesbury Films, a private production house, and it was not picked up by the CBC until 2013, its 6th season. The show was aired on CTV TV its first 5 full seasons. Prior to it becoming a TV series, Murdoch Mysteries was a made-for-TV movie under the name Murder, 19C, broadcast by the American television network, Bravo. Madam Speaker, this is worth repeating, not because it is the exception, but rather because it is becoming quite typical of Canadian production these days. Murdoch Mysteries was originally developed by a private Canadian production company for an American TV network. And when it became a television series, it was broadcast by a private Canadian network for 5 seasons before the CBC became involved. The success of this and so many other Canadian productions is due to the quality of the product, the talent of the Canadian producers and actors, not the unique support of the CBC. And yes, many of these productions have received help through special tax credits and artistic grants, but none of that assistance is tied to the CBC. Privatizing the CBC, or even eliminating it, would in no way impact the availability of that assistance. So why privatize the CBC? Why not dismantle it altogether, as some of my colleagues on this side of the House have suggested? Well, Madam Speaker, I do not think that is a fair solution. Whatever one thinks of the character or quality of the services the CBC provides, the fact is it does provide those services to a real audience. Simply shutting down the corporation would deprive many Canadians of a product they have come to know and in some cases love. I see no reason to do this. Moreover, the CBC employs, directly and indirectly, thousands of workers. I do not believe these workers should be arbitrarily kicked to the curb. Privatization will preserve most, if not all, of these jobs and ensure that the products and services the CBC currently provides remain available to consumers who want them, so long as those products and services can be delivered in a cost-effective manner consistent with free market principles. And who will determine cost-effectiveness? Who will be the final arbitrators? Not faceless bureaucrats, but average consumers. Madam Speaker, I've often heard complaints raised in this House and elsewhere about the high cost to taxpayers and the manifest unfairness of corporate welfare schemes. A case in point this recent week was an announcement by the government that it plans on providing Bombardier with a cash infusion loan of a little over $370 million. This news provoked a great deal of criticism among honourable members, particularly on this side of the House. Well, Madam Speaker, it seems to me that the case of the CBC is the most extreme example of corporate welfare that the government has engaged in. How can members oppose a one-time subsidy of $370 million, which I am not defending, yet turn a blind eye to an ongoing corporate subsidy of more than $1 billion a year annually? This makes little sense to me. It also makes little sense to taxpayers who support the idea of privatizing the CBC, and their support is strong and nonpartisan. A January 2014 poll by Abacus Data found 45% of those surveyed supported or strongly supported selling the CBC, compared to 34% who were opposed, while 21% were undecided. The same poll found 45% of self-identified Liberals supported privatization, versus 39% who were opposed. Self-identified New Democrats were split, with 44% supporting privatization and 45% opposed. And for Conservative supporters, it's worth noting, 63% of self-identified Conservatives in the same poll supported privatizing the CBC. This sentiment was hardly unique. A poll conducted at the time of the last budget revealed that most Canadians, by a wide margin, either outright opposed restoring funding cuts the previous government made to the CBC, or were at the best ambivalent. That poll said only 27% of respondents supported increasing funding. Another reason, Madam Speaker, why privatization makes such good sense is because it gives taxpayers the opportunity to derive some financial benefit. taxpayers will gain at least a modest return through the sale of assets, and those who choose will be able to invest in this corporation, either directly or perhaps indirectly through mutual funds, as will other institutional investors such as pension funds, the largest of which, ironically, belong to public servants. This would not be the first time Canadians have moved large corporations out of the hands of the government and into the private sector. During the 1980s, the government privatized both Petro-Canada and Air Canada. At the time, opponents of these privatizations said there would be great calamities. None of these dire predictions came to pass. And today, these companies employ thousands of Canadians while delivering vital products and services, all the while making money for millions of average Canadians. Indeed, it is no exaggeration to say that many elderly Canadians today who vehemently protested the decision at the time are now benefiting from the benefits of privatization in the 1980s through their pensions. Mr. Speaker, the CBC is not a national institution as it is so often described. It is a television and a radio broadcast company. No more and no less. At one time, it provided Canadians with a new and vital service that might not have been available without direct assistance of the government. Those days are long since gone. The CBC is like an adult child who lives in the basement of their parents' home, trying to discover themselves at their parents' expense. Mom and Dad love him, but that doesn't change the fact that it's time for him or her to move out and make his own way in the world. Mr. Speaker, as I've pointed out many reasons why I support this bill I have presented, I ask all members of this House to give it thorough and thoughtful commentary, and I ask all members to support this. It's time for a change, Madam Speaker. It's time that we had a CBC that was private and in the hands of Canadians, not in the hands of the government. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Saskatoon for his speech. I represent Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island. The news show on local CBC Compass is on 6 o'clock every evening. 80% of the televisions that are turned on Prince Edward Island at 6 o'clock through the week watch that program. CBC is extremely important to places like Charlottetown. CBC is extremely important to communities that are in a minority situation with respect to official languages. CBC is extremely important in northern, remote, and Indigenous communities. Why does it have to be all about the dollar and not the character of our country?
Honourable Member for Saskatoon University.
Well, Madam Speaker, I do absolutely agree it is about the character of the country. But the question is this: who actually should provide the voice, the people of Canada or the government of Canada? And remember, Madam Speaker, any local news station that gets an 80% market share is not going to vanish. It's going to continue to grow. As I noted in my speech, Aboriginal and Northern Canadians, even by the government's own briefing books, would be better off served through a different system than we have now. So, to my honourable colleague, to the House, through you, Madam Speaker, I say this is about the character. The dollars and cents belong to Canadians. They need the right to decide what to do. But CBC is not a voice for all Canadians. It's a voice for some Canadians, and therefore all Canadians should not pay for it. Other Canadians choose other means and other methods to speak to the country. We don't need the CBC to do it.
Questions and comments. The
Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I listened to my colleague's speech with great interest, particularly the passage about the fact that even if CBC Radio-Canada didn't exist, we could still have Murdoch Mysteries. Well, that's reassuring. Madam Speaker, CBC Radio-Canada play a very specific and unique role in terms of education, information, and promoting Canadian culture. They have been underfinanced for years if you compare to what's happening in Germany or Britain when it comes to funding their public independent TV broadcaster. And it is independent because, contrary to what my colleague said, it's not the government that decide what is broadcast on CBC. It's not bureaucrats making those decisions. So, of course, the Conservatives cut their budget, and now they're complaining that, well, it became too commercial. But my question is this. Does my colleague realize the particular role that CBC Radio-Canada plays, particularly Radio-Canada, for francophones in the country?
You know, Madam Speaker, I listen to these things and I begin to wonder if people have not realized these sorts of comments. And I respect my colleague. I understand her perspective. The world has changed. People no longer just put up the rabbit ears on their TV and get 2 stations. They get thousands. They get stations from Europe. There's programming all over the world. There is community radio stations, community broadcasts that are easy to produce. People produce them in their basements. You get unique. You get different voices. Technology has changed how the world is. Whatever arguments are being made for CBC applied better in the 30s, 40s, and 50s. They do not apply in the million-channel universe where you can get programming from everywhere and where individuals are empowered to do their own broadcasting. I appreciate the honourable member's comments, but this is about looking to the future. A lot of the arguments I'm hearing against this is about looking to the past. Our culture is always changing. Our institutions need to change with it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak today on Bill C-308, which provides for the privatization of CBC Radio-Canada and the amendment of several acts. In studying this bill, it quickly becomes clear that it involves numerous risks for the Canadian broadcasting system, Canadian media corporations, and Canadians in general. Je mentionnerai d'abord.
First, I'll mention that the bill for the privatization of CBC Radio-Canada actually does not include any evaluation of the value of CBC or the market interest that might exist. Nothing guarantees that there will be profits. The corporation as we know it could become unrecognizable.
The corporation was created in 1936 to counter the American influence on our radio waves. Today, its mandate is inscribed in the 1991 Broadcasting Act. This act states that CBC Radio-Canada must offer radio and television services, including a wide range of programming that informs, enlightens, and entertains, that is predominantly and distinctively Canadian, that reflects Canada as a whole and serves the needs of the region's and official language minority communities, and that must be made available throughout the country. In short, CBC Radio-Canada represents Canadians and unites them. Bill C-308 would repeal the corporation's mandate as established in the Act. Since no other private corporation has to meet the same objectives, the privatization of CBC Radio-Canada would deprive Canadians of a unique service within the Canadian broadcasting system. Par ailleurs,
Furthermore, the other laws that govern the corporation, like the Access to Information Act and the Public Finance Management Act, ensure that CBC needs to be accountable. Furthermore, all these laws ensure that the corporation is independent from the government when it comes to managing its daily activities. They also ensure the CBC's independence when it comes to journalistic standards and programming. The bill would modify all of those provisions because as a private company, CBC would only be accountable to its stakeholders. would no longer have to be accountable to the government.
Impacts of privatizing CBC Radio Canada are also cause for concern. The corporation currently offers numerous radio and television services in English and French, including national networks and local stations, including our vital CBC bureau in Charlottetown. Elle offre également de nombreux.
It also provides many digital services and is considered as a pillar of the broadcasting of Canadian content. To do so, CBC has a hybrid funding model that combines public funding and self-generated revenue, including advertising revenue. We do not know what the company's revenue would be if it were privatized, and CBC would no longer be required to report to Parliament about that. We know that cultural industries are currently going through a digital transition. Some platforms, including traditional television, need to face significant challenges like the decline of advertising revenue.
CBC Radio Canada would generate most of its revenue from advertising. This means its total revenue could be heavily reduced. It is quite probable that it would choose to reduce its offering to ensure profitability. It's also possible that it would first choose to cut its regional services, which serve official language minority communities and Indigenous communities, among others. This would be a loss, not only for those communities, but also for the diversity of voices in the Canadian broadcasting system. We could also see a reduction in the quality and quantity of programming offered to Canadians. For example, take the local news. It's of vital importance for Canadian citizens. Le présent gouvernement croit.
Our government believes in a solid Canadian broadcasting system. Our approach is to support creative industries, to invest in the CBC, and to renew our relationship with the corporation. The government has been investing up to $675 million in CBC over 5 years. CBC Radio-Canada has said that it will use this money to create new Canadian content that is more distinctive as it follows the digital transition, and it will increase its resource allocation to the regions. They will also be recruiting the next generation of Canadian talent. This will allow the corporation to continue to support Aboriginal programming and the services it offers to official language minority communities. Finally, CBC Radio-Canada is committed to being accountable to Canadians about the use of this new funding. In my opinion, these commitments represent real advantages for Canadians. On the other hand, this bill presents nothing as concrete as that.
The government believes in the importance of our national public broadcaster, CBC Radio Canada, for expressing Canadian culture and providing Canadian content. The bill would eliminate everything that defines the national public broadcaster and ensures its proper functioning. Privatization would fundamentally transform CBC Radio Canada without guaranteeing that the result would be beneficial for the Canadian broadcasting system, Canadian media corporations, and Canadians. For all of these reasons, the government is opposed to this bill. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat. Resuming debate. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. So the Conservatives are once again proposing to attack the CBC. The member for Saskatoon University is leading us into a very old debate, a tiring old debate. I almost can't believe that we're taking time, precious time in this House, debating this when there are so many more urgent situations. For the nth time, we're talking about privatizing this public broadcaster, whom Quebecers support. I think that this question should have been settled years ago. Many people are watching us thinking, haven't they already voted to finish this issue? Well, we're tired of hearing the Conservatives on this. But I guess we're not out of the woods yet. We're dealing with another Conservative bill, a very tight and technical bill that aims to transform CBC into a stakeholder-held private corporation. And all those shares would be sold like any other private company. But CBC is a public broadcaster and a significant cultural symbol for many citizens, particularly Francophones in this country. It is a public broadcaster, but according to this bill, it would become a private broadcaster like any other one that would no longer belong to the citizens. It would no longer be a public corporation. It would no longer have any of its obligations to Parliament that are imposed on it, because citizens are the stakeholders of CBC, because all citizens own CBC in a sense. The effect of this bill would be to deprive us of a fundamental tool that allows us to express our culture and to set rigorous news broadcasting standards. This is a common tool for all of us that helps us tell stories about who we are. That is the role of a public broadcaster. But honestly, I can't believe that, again, we're having to talk about this issue when just a year and a half ago, the vast majority of Canadians signaled their support for CBC and who wanted to increase its funding. So I said that we're wasting time on this subject, and we don't have time to waste. I've often said that my two missions in politics here in Ottawa are to deal with climate change and defending our cultural distinctiveness. I am the critic for culture. I spent 25 years in the music industry in Quebec. For example, at Sony Music and Cirque du Soleil and various broadcasters. I sit on the Heritage Committee, and I'm proud to be the vice chair of that committee, and I can tell you that we have a lot of work to do.
And we've just spent the past few months talking to a number of representatives from the sector, which is completely overwhelmed. They're looking for revenues that will have to make up for money that has been eliminated because of new platforms, for example. We know that the situation is urgent. We're very happy with what we've built in Quebec with Law 101, which enables us to protect our language and grow it. We're very happy with what has been done here in Ottawa. CBC, Telefilm, the National Film Board, this ecosystem for culture. A generation of builders who sought to do something than just survive week to week. We're very proud of all of this complex infrastructure, the investments. And today we're seeing the results of that throughout the world. Denis Villeneuve, Degrassi, The Weekend, or Robert Lepage. All of that combined is being challenged. And this cultural wealth and linguistic wealth that our fathers and grandfathers fought for, it's as if it's being reduced to nothing. In the past, people watched Cornemuse, other shows produced at home. Now it's less and less the situation. And people are now watching Netflix and then Netflix Kids. What we're doing and what we decide over the next year or months will have to reflect what was put in place by great people like Pierre Junot. We have no time to lose. We don't have any time to waste. We need to focus on this kind of ideological debate. We have no time because the Conservatives perhaps don't realize, but we do have some important work to do to defend our culture and to defend what they seem to take for granted, or what's worse, they simply don't know anything about. If we're going to spend time on this, we need to talk about it. And the member for Saskatoon University made a comment. He said in the House that privatizing CBC would offer us a public broadcaster. It would enable Canadians to participate in it and be owners. Well, I will spare my comments on that, quite frankly. This bill is like a fire sale of CBC Radio-Canada to have it controlled by a limited number of investors. It would break down the board and eliminate all references to Radio-Canada CBC in the Broadcasting Act. in various places where accountability and transparency exists. Canadians are 100% owners of Radio-Canada CBC. It is independent as exists in most industrialized countries, not a state broadcaster. It's a bit absurd to think that privatizing this would make it more democratic. On the contrary, it would become a private broadcaster. I still don't understand how, for example, this bill is being brought forth when we've come out of a decade where we were led by the most right-wing government in our history, led by the Conservative Party. They spent years of attacking Radio-Canada CBC every opportunity they could. It was not worthy of us. And for years they cut, they threatened, they took advantage of it at the same time, and they placed members on the board, their best friends and their best owners on that board. That was the Conservative Party. Accountants, campaign managers, former Conservative candidates, and they had showed no shame in doing so. So the member for Saskatoon University is tabling this bill today. It's because he is now running for leadership of the Conservative Party. This very bothersome campaign, it's really a race to the bottom where they each try to outdo the others with proposals that are more right-wing and try to come out with the wildest comments. Despite their efforts and their hard efforts and this wasted words on this leadership race, the Conservatives will never be able to privatize CBC because they would lose one of their best means of funding. Because each time they attack CBC Radio-Canada, each time it's cut, you note the next day they bombard their constituents with the requests for donations of another $5 to the party. The member for Saskatoon University has sent such information out to his constituent. It was an email, and it reads as follows.
Dealers Act will follow our stock. That's why I introduced legislation this year to sell the CBC. Bill C-308 is more than just a tool to raise funds for my campaign. It's an actual plan. Ça, c'est une lettre qu'il a envoyée à ses partisans.
And that's a letter that he sent out to his supporters, so we can understand.
Just a tool to raise funds for my campaign. Ce projet de loi n'est pas seulement.
This bill is more than just a tool to raise funds for my campaign. That takes a lot of gall to send that out. Now, so what we're saying here is that this shouldn't be something to serve as a fund for a campaign. This is a waste of time for the Parliament, and that's unacceptable. I can tell the member for Saskatoon University, instead of going to Quebec once every 4 years to participate in a leadership debate, he should go into the province more often to learn about the cultural industry and culture. What makes us distinct and different is our culture. We have music, we have theater, video, all of these aspects. And there are francophone communities across the country that use Radio-Canada CBC to spread their cultural ideas, to share that with our young generations. We could say the same thing of Anglophones in Quebec, in the Eastern Townships, and communities across the country. That's why there were thousands of people in 2014 who turned to the streets in Montreal to support the CBC. We know just how important Radio-Canada CBC is to people. This pride and this feeling of reflecting our home is something that can never disappear. Thank you very much.
Resuming debate, the prise de débat, the honourable member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure here this afternoon in the House to speak on the private member bill C-308. As an almost 40-year veteran of CTV, it may seem a little peculiar, I'm sure, that I would rise today and plead the merits of keeping the CBC as a Crown corporation, but I'm here to do it. The Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, as we know, has functioned as Canada's public broadcaster for over 8 decades. Private broadcasters, and I have worked for them all my broadcasting career, need competition. CBC gives a different perspective and certainly gives private broadcasters that much-needed competition. When you have competition, I believe you have innovation. I believe you have diversity. And that has elevated, I feel, the quality of journalism in this country and adds to our freedom of speech. As we have heard this week in the Heritage Committee from the Competition Bureau, there are concerns about not enough competition in this industry. The big private telcos have dominated the private radio and television sector. Now, being a traditionalist, I respect the fact that the CBC is the oldest existing broadcasting network in this country, with certainly a unique mandate. The mission statement of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, as set out in their annual report from the year of 2007, is to present programs designed to inform, enlighten, and entertain, and that reflect Canadians and Canada's regions in both official languages. Now, independent polls conducted by Forum Research back in 2011 and again in 2013 revealed that really the majority of Canadians, 53% in 2011 and 51% in 2013, support the public funding of CBC. Back then, only 25% believe in the privatization. Now, privatization of the CBC, as we all know, could really save the federal government well over $1 billion, 1.2 and more. But let's ask this question before we talk about the money. Let's ask the question, what would we lose? Well, we would most certainly lose local broadcast news in many remote regions of this country, plus minority language communities. Believe me, the private industry has no appetite, zero, to serve these regions in our country. I know because I've worked for them. The CBC, with their distinct programming, excels at the educational component of helping Canadians learn about this country, showcasing Canadian culture, showcasing our art, our literature, our history, and probably most importantly, our geography. For an example, last summer, let's just take last summer, Madam Speaker, over 11 million people on a Saturday night turned into CBC to watch the concert, The Tragically Hip. They performed with lead singer Gord Downie. Almost 3-hour performance was carried live on CBC TV, CBC Radio, and streamed online on their website. It was an opportunity for many. It was an opportunity to say goodbye, their final farewell to Gord Downie, who had bravely announced earlier in the year that he had terminal brain cancer. No surprise, Gord gave his first interview after the tour to CBC. To me, this was a prime example of Canadian culture at its best. Private broadcasters had absolutely zero interest in producing this distinct Canadian historic moment. May I say this, Madam Speaker, 11 million tuned in. That's nearly a third of the population in this country. So, as technology, consumer preferences, and market condition has changed, the CBC has had to adapt in order to maintain its role as a leading creator and distributor of Canadian content in this country. There is no doubt that in today's ever-evolving news market, Canadians increasingly consuming non-traditional media, utilizing non-traditional news sources and social media sites. The appetite, though, for news and information, believe it or not, in this country has never been higher. Canadians want to consume a variety of sources of information. The CBC has also nurtured significant talent in this country in the journalism and in the entertainment industry. People like Barbara Frum, Lauren Green, John Candy, let's take Don Cherry, Pierre Burton, Tommy Hunter, Wayne and Schuster. I could go on and on and on. And let's not forget the 3 women that went on to be Canada's Governors General, Jan Sauvé, Adrienne Clarkson, Michael Jean, all CBC alumni. And of course, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I did not pay tribute to the award-winning author, the journalist, the producer, Professor Stuart McLean, who just passed away on Wednesday. Who will ever forget his humorous stories from Vinyl Cafe? It should be also noted that the CBC has been and continues to be a source for Canadian expats, just to keep up to date with news from home. back in 1978, and I know that seems like a long time ago, but CBC became the first broadcaster in the world to use an orbiting satellite for television service. It linked Canada from east to west, and maybe more importantly, to the north. Let me quote Hubert Lacroix, President CEO of CBC, who the corporate plan summary from 2016-17 to 2020 to 2021 states. The evolution of our regional services also reflects the changing pattern of audience consumption, with mobile and digital services telling stories in new ways and engaging with our audiences. By leveraging web and digital platforms and adjusting the length of our TV supper hour news shows, we were able to find resources to provide audiences with news updates at different times throughout the day, segments from local morning radio shows that were simultaneously broadcast on TV, and more news coverage from regional sites and even social media. As important as the web and digital platforms have become, TV continues to be the place where the majority of Canadians watch content, especially in the evening. In Strategy 2020, we promised that we would not leave TV and radio behind as we transform ourselves into a modern, more relevant public broadcaster. Lacroix goes on to say they currently have local programming from their 21 television stations, 88 radio stations, 1 digital station, 2 main television networks, 1 in English, 1 in French, their 5 specialty TV channels, and 4 Canada-wide radio networks, 2 in each official language. Advertising. Yes, CBC Radio Canada's second largest source of revenue. In the fiscal year 2015-16, it generated over $250 million, but it was only 16% of total revenue and sources of funds. CBC is witnessing some profound shifts in the advertising market that are negatively affecting the outlook of traditional media companies like CBC Radio Canada. CBC, though, not unlike the private broadcasters, are all experiencing downturn in advertising revenues. This is an industry-wide problem. We have heard that for the last year in our Canadian Heritage Committee. But TV is still the king of media. Time spent with it surpasses time spent with any other media. However, some viewers are now watching TV on the internet, which is becoming particularly evident in the English market. Over time, the CBC expects, and I think we all do, that the internet and online TV will continue to grow. According to Lacroix, as well as being Canada's largest cultural institution, CBC Radio Canada is one of the most influential brands in Canada across all industries. And believe it or not, it is the highest ranked media. A recent tracking shows 57% of Canadians consider one or more CBC Radio Canada services to be personally important to them, and 73% of Canadians strongly agree there is a clear need and a role for CBC Radio Canada in the future. The media landscape is changing, and we all know that. What the future holds for any public or even private broadcaster is uncertainty. But I will say this, Madam Speaker, we know Canada is a big country. It needs to be serviced with unique Canadian programming. Canadians have enriching stories, and that needs to be told. So the future generations have a better understanding of how great this country has evolved. All of these important points should be taken into consideration when we're looking at this Bill C-308. Thank you.
Questions and, resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm astonished at the speech by my good friend from Saskatoon, Grasswood. What an amazing defense of our Canadian broadcaster. So thank you to my friend. I want to share with you some observations and some experience that I've had with the CBC. I heard about the CBC probably before I even came to Canada. I was probably about 7 or 8. I was living in Dublin, Ireland, and there were 4 channels there. There was 2 Irish channels and BBC One and BBC Two. And they used to have pictures of our Expo 67 and the Olympics from Montreal. And they'll have, on occasion, pictures of the North, small vignettes of Canada. And that was my vision when I came as a 10-year-old to this country. That was my vision of this country. This service defined to me what Canada was, such a vast, beautiful, gorgeous, diverse country with so many different peoples and languages and cultures. And that was really my initial snippets of this country. When I came here, and I think maybe around 11 or 12, I was an avid reader of the news, and I tuned into the National virtually every day, fighting with my mother, saying it's too late, I got to go to bed, but fighting, wanting to see the National, with Knowlton Nash, who would have the world's best journalists around the world giving us the news, the Schlesingers, the names. They would give us a good sense of what the world was. I grew up on that. I grew up on the day when Knowlton Nash came on television and said, Canadian broadcasting is so important to me that we're not going to let Peter Mansbridge go. I'm going to step aside so that we can have another Canadian broadcaster who can take over as CBC national anchor. That is the type of values that this broadcaster has given us. And I grew up watching that over the years. I don't think that there are very few days in my life where I've missed the newscast. So when last November I was trying to look at what's happening in the U.S. election, and I was turning the channels, I went to virtually the million channels that my friend from Saskatoon University was talking about, trying to figure out what was going on. I kept switching, and finally I came back to tune into the CBC, who had exceptional coverage, or the coverage from Brexit, or the coverage when every major event around the world takes place, we end up going back to the CBC. Every time I travel across the world, and I travel quite a bit, there are very few days where I don't try to get an internet version of the National and to look at what's going on, and not just in our country, but around the world, because it is something that only CBC can do. So I am quite astonished, I'm in fact shocked, that on Canada's 150th birthday, we have a motion here, bill here effectively trying to destroy the very core of our Canadian identity. It is offensive. And I'm beyond words to describe why on earth we would have a debate in this House in this year on such an important milestone year for us, to have such a frivolous debate on the CBC. I think it's shameful that we're even having this debate, but nevertheless, we're having it, and I want to add my voice to those eloquent voices who've spoken in defense of this national institution. So, Madam Speaker, I want to just take this opportunity to present to my colleagues the reasons why I'm opposing C-308, which would privatize the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation and amend several acts, including the Broadcasting Act. In September, when he presented this bill, the member for Saskatoon University described the CBC Radio Canada as a state broadcaster. According to him, privatizing the corporation would make it a public broadcaster that truly belongs to Canadians. We disagree. CBC Radio Canada is our national public broadcaster, and as such, it already belongs to Canadians. This Crown Corporation was created in 1936 in response to the increasing American influence on Canadian radio. It was then, and remains today, essential to Canadian democracy and our cultural sovereignty. As a national public broadcaster, CBC Radio Canada must fulfill its mandate as described in the 1991 Broadcasting Act. This duty is not to be taken lightly. The Act stipulates that the corporation should provide radio and television services incorporating a wide range of programming that informs, enlightens, and entertains Canadians. De plus, cette programmation
This programming should also be typically Canadian, in French and in English, and to be of equivalent quality, and take into account Canada's uniqueness. It should reflect both communities, including minorities, and reflect the multicultural characteristics of Canada. All of that enabling us to share our national identity and to reflect our culture. This is important for Canadians.
In addition, the legislative framework that currently governs the corporation gives it great autonomy from the government so far as its daily activities are concerned. It also guarantees that it is independent in terms of journalism, creativity, and programming. What is more, since CBC Radio Canada receives public funding, the legislative framework requires it to be accountable to Parliament and consequently to all Canadians. But C-308 would repeal the legislative framework that makes CBC Radio Canada a unique entity in the Canadian broadcasting space. As a private company, CBC Radio Canada would be accountable only to its shareholders. The risk is that it would become unrecognizable to us and that we would no longer recognize ourselves in it. To fulfill its mandate, CBC Radio Canada currently provides numerous services. CBC Radio Canada's television services include 2 national television networks, 27 conventional television stations, and the 5 specialty channels, ICI, RDI, and CBC News World, Documentary, Explora, and ARTV. Meanwhile, CBC Radio Canada's service includes 4 national radio networks, including 50 English language radio stations via Radio 1 and Radio 2, more than 30 French language radio stations via ICIP Premiere and ICI Musique, and a radio service in Northern Canada. I would like to see the private broadcasters be able to emulate this even 10% of the way. Moreover, CBC Radio Canada offers programming in 8 Indigenous languages through CBC North, broadcasts an advertisement-free online international radio service in 5 languages, and participates in the TV5 Monde International Consortium. It should also be mentioned that CBC Radio Canada provides numerous digital services to keep pace with the evolution of broadcasting in Canada and of Canadians' content consumption habits, and to ensure that its programming is offered everywhere in this country. In addition, ICIRadioCanada.ca, CBC.ca, and ICIMmusique.ca, CBC Radio Canada operates Curio.ca, a site that allows teachers and students to stream Radio Canada's and CBC's educational content. It also produced a documentary in virtual reality to investigate the issue of missing and murdered Indigenous women. In doing so, CBC Radio Canada plays an essential role in presenting Canadian content in the digital universe of today and, I argue, tomorrow. This bill is very problematic. We as Canadians need to celebrate our identity. There are very few ways that we do that. We're not like other countries where we have our identity on our sleeve. It's a country, relatively young country at 150, that is trying to grapple with its past. It's trying to explain the current realities for many Canadians. But one of the very few outlets that we have to do that is the CBC. And I want to just ask my friends, my colleagues here, to support the CBC unconditionally. Yes, it's not a perfect organization. Yes, it does need improvement, but it is ours, and it is a true reflection of our identity, an identity that is still being developed, an identity in which we can all take pride. But in our 150th anniversary, let's reaffirm our support for the CBC and our national institutions. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the reprise de débat, the honourable member for Peace River Westlock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's my privilege to stand up today and speak on a little bit about the CBC. Madam Speaker, I'm not sure if you've ever had it before where you left a telephone message or sent an email and immediately regretted it and wanted it to come back. Well, such a thing happens to Dave in one of the Dave and Morley stores on the Vinyl Cafe, one of the shows that I much appreciate listening to on Sunday afternoon. And he goes through a number of things to try to erase the message on his neighbor's answering machine, which involves going to a local auto wrecker and getting a very large magnet, climbing up a ladder and plugging in the extension cord on this very large electromagnet, falling down, getting hurt, and the whole 9 yards. And still the message ends up being, I think eventually he switches the tape and it's the wrong tape. It's just a disaster. And you end up, if you've ever listened to it, you end up having to pull over on the side of the road if you're driving, or if you're in your house, you're laying on the floor laughing. It is hilarious. I love it. The CBC has been a large part of my life, living in northern Alberta. The radio in particular, no television, but I listen to the radio a lot. The hockey game was on 6:30 CHED, so we definitely switched over for that all the time. But when it came to the storytelling that we would hear on the CBC, that was, for me, one of the great things about the radio, for sure. The other one is a tradition. I do believe that happens on Christmas Eve. It's called The Shepherd. Right on Christmas Eve, 6:30 in the evening. It's a story, a Second World War story, happens every year. The first time I heard it, I was on the way to the airport to pick up my now wife, then girlfriend, from the airport, and I was late to pick her up because I had to sit in the car and wait for the story to be finished before I was going to go find her in the airport. So I am sure it'll happen again this year, and I'd recommend everybody to tune into CBC Radio at 6:30 on Christmas Eve. If you're having a family gathering, believe me, this will calm the room. You'll be able to hear a pin drop as everybody holds on to their seat and with bated breath waits for what's going to happen. It's a fighter pilot coming home to England all alone, and everybody else has gone home for Christmas dinner already, and he's all alone in the sky, and the weather is inclement, and you have to listen to the rest of the story to hear that for sure. And so the radio in northern and remote communities such as mine is the link to the rest of the world. There's no doubt about that. And we see now satellite radio coming in on from around the world, and that has a similar effect, no doubt. But it comes with the cost of, where I am at, it's $8 a month for a satellite radio, and so just the regular analog, or I guess it's probably now digital radio, is still a preferred method for folks up in my neck of the woods, anyways, for sure. That said, I do have some criticisms of the CBC, and I think there's some reforms that we can do. But I do think that there is a mandate to go forward as a public broadcaster, specifically in the radio area, for sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The member will have 6.5 minutes to continue his speech when this matter is back before the House. Étant donné que la période prévue pour l'étude...
The time for private members' business has expired, and the order is now placed on the bottom, dropped to the bottom of the order paper.
The House stands adjourned until Tuesday, February 21st, 2017 at 11 a.m. pursuant to order made on Tuesday, February 14th, 2017.